Hello everybody, and welcome back to another Toonkind at 12 FPS. My name is Avi, and today I will be playing a disgusting detective boy named Shiro Azumi, whose fucking deception modifier is a plus 12, and I strangle him. It's fine. And with me today are two lovely co-hosts, my most beloved friends of mine, who I love dearly, and chef's kiss at their artwork. Would you please introduce yourselves?
Also, hi! Went over here, but hi! I'm Fletch. Avi does not know this, but I have snuck several Uno reverse cards inside their back pocket.
Oh fuck! I will use these! Yo!
Yeah,
Probably about the winning next game of Uno.
Yeah, you're gonna trash some people the next time you play Uno. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to be playing the other horrible little detective boy, Camille.
I mean, third time's a charm. We got another horrible detective. No, I'm sorry. This one's a private eye. This one's a private investigator. That makes it better, right? Hi, I'm Spec, and I will be playing the third member of our disgusting little group of 40 chessers, Private Investigator Tome. This is gonna go great.
Sometimes an FPS is just three stupid and disgusting detectives / inspectors.
We can just call them what they are. Nosy little shits.
Exactly. A summary of the character. Wait, where's the summary I sent you earlier? That was just summarizing our characters. Where is it? I gotta hunt that down. Through me attempting to make a title card.
By the way, we never decided how we were setting this FPS up. We just decided to jump right into it, guys.
Have we ever... Okay, this is a genuine question. When Avi, have any of us ever actually prepped for these FPSs right here?
Uncanny Child.
You know what?
Yeah. No. Even earlier than that, what's it called? Do Streamers Dream of Gamer Sheep was planned.
See, here's the thing. I don't plan. Because I play Tome. You think there's enough brain cells up here to think that far in the future? I play Tome and Quinn and Timmy. You think I am capable of thinking ahead?
We love you so very much. I think, we can always just go with the tried and true, they all met at a murder.
We could. I actually genuinely had an idea, but it was more of where they're gonna talk. So yeah, we could always do the... I mean... Just one more time after this and it's a gag at that point.
Him...
No. It's a gag for this trio. That's how the specific of circumstances have happened.
I would appreciate this so much if during the entire case, Camille was on Azumi's shoulders.
Yes.
Do it.
They're at a murder scene. Azumi just has a 6-year-old on his shoulders. Don't worry about it.
He likes to be
tall.
Talk
eye to eye. He can talk eye to eye with Tome.
Tome, because it's been a while since I've done this, and I'm looking at a certain group of people within the audience who I know are here to listen to that one phrase. Tome, you probably noticed that Azumi and Camille are here because you hear a very distinctive "arere."
There it is.
There, I said it. It's been so long.
You almost got away from it. I'm gonna be honest, Tome just kind of gave me like perking up a little and looking over his shoulder, oh, wait, I know that voice.
Azumi is probably just used to hearing it.
Yep.
Tome, who has only been on the case with this kid like a couple of times. This isn't normal for him, right? This is not a normal thing for Camille to say, right?
Azumi looks at you.
No, Tome very much, when he hears that, turns around and brightens a little, and he doesn't get upset when he sees you, Azumi. We fixed that.
Yeah, we did.
We fixed that. Which, yeah, before I forget, audience, we're joking around and we're laughing a lot. This is going to be a medium to high angst FPS, so please don't mind the content warnings. This is just the fluff before the storm. Anyways, Tome... Yeah, we need it. Tome very much turns around and sees these two, and he walks over with a little bit of a smile as he kind of just spins his pen around in his fingers and goes, "Oh." And then there's a small tilt of his head. "Are you witnesses?"
Camille looks away.
Azumi just, with a straight face, just says, "Yes. Yes, we are."
God, Azumi, you're gonna murder me. Tome does not laugh. Okay. Tome very much lets out a soft sigh and is like, okay. You know the drill then. He just flips over to a new page in his notebook.
All three of these detectives / inspectors just pull out their collective notepads.
They're comparing notes.
They just compare notes, point out some stuff. We could
makes
probably...
at least one stupid theory.
But...
Should I roll intelligence to see how stupid of a theory is today?
Yes, I would love to see how stupid
Please.
it is.
See, here's the thing. I'm concerned because that's a second high number in a row, and I don't like what this is meaning for my later rolls. Anyways, that's a 14 audience. This is Spec knowing the dice have a gag at this point. When it comes to me playing characters. It's not his worst theory. It is not tightrope murder bad yet, and it certainly isn't painting bad. But it is very much not accurate. It's probably something involving, like, a high, fast-paced chase, at least 3 conspiracies. There's probably, like, assumes that there was, like, some giant web of connections. That or he goes in the complete opposite direction and just assumes something that is almost illogical. Like, it's an actual tightrope murder, and he just assumes that, like, it was a toon gag of disappearing with the blanket, and he just gets his cases completely mixed up. Either way, whatever he says is not right.
Azumi just looks up at Camille, and he goes, does he always do this?
Camille kind of does a little hand waggle, like, he just needs a little bit of nudging in the right direction.
This is a very experienced investigator, Your Honor. Tome, my absolute beloved, who has a brain soap, but man, does his brain work differently, and I love him for that, actually, genuinely. Like, seriously, I love him.
Yes.
He's very good.
I pick on him. His time to shine will come eventually.
Eventually.
Until then, he is very bullyable.
Oh, he's so bully. Because here's the thing. Even if there is, like, logical reasoning to it, a lot of times it's because he jumps on the most wild theory first before the more logical theory. So if you present the information and go, "That's a little too wild," he can figure it out. He's a smart. He solves cases. Obviously, he can figure things out. But very much, is he going to stop by every possible other crazy theory before he gets there?
And we love him for it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have to ask, could he hear what you said, Azumi?
No, he was whispering it.
Tome was too busy rambling his next theory.
Oh.
He's giving me like a little foot tap as he like paces slightly, very much in thought. He's figuring it out. The more you leave him alone, he's slowly starting to get to the right answer, but it's very much he is making some crazy theories along the way. He's getting the right answer, all the math is wrong.
Yeah, I think at some point Camille probably tries to very gently, very subtly push Tome towards perhaps a closer answer.
It works. I want to see how long it takes, though. Nope, it works pretty well. He's starting to learn how to read you and what you're saying.
Nice.
So?
It's probably wrapped up pretty fast, at least with that. Mm-hmm. And especially Azumi already being the way he is.
Azumi are absolute beloved.
Yeah, Azumi's just, yeah.
Azumi already figured it out. It was just kind of...
Azumi voice, we're already on iffy terms. I'm not going to make this worse by telling him he's wrong.
Yeah.
Right now.
He's just like, okay. Just gonna let him ramble for a bit.
I am not in a hurry, and I am not ready to risk this.
It's fine. So eventually Tome does get to the right answer, and the proper culprit is arrested.
Indeed. Oh my god, fucking fly. Okay, we're good. So, culprit apprehended. Azumi's probably taking the opportunity to give, like, closing statements to the police officers because you know how he be.
Absolutely, because you know Tome, like, the moment it was over, went over to Camille and was like, "You were so smart, look at all the smart things you did."
Is he doing that while Camille is still on Azumi's shoulders?
You know what? Yes, actually.
Azumi giving statement. Tome doting on Camille. Camille who's just sitting here.
Live Azumi reaction.
No, Azumi's not like stopping this from happening. Praise the boy. Praise the little boy. Do it.
Yeah. No, Tome is absolutely praising Camille, just talking, but he's very obviously, like, because Tome genuinely believes this is a 6-year-old, is still, it's not like he's faking it, because he's very much treating you like a 6-year-old who's just very smart. And it's also very obvious, because if any of the officers glare at you, he will glare right back and use his intimidation on them. Okay? Don't you dare try and say that this kid is not smart, or you try and bully this kid. He is very smart, and I will make sure he understands that. Just very much glancing over at because I remember you mentioned that in the first FPS, they would sometimes, like, whisper about this way too smart kid. Yeah, no, Tome will fight them if needed. Tome voice, this isn't my city. I don't have to fear consequences here.
Gosh, Is this how Tome and Azumi bond, by sending death glares to anyone who
So much as looks at Camille the wrong way? Yes.
They look at Camille the wrong way, and just instantly you have a 7-foot-tall Toon in a very serious, real kind, just giving you death glares.
And Camille's just sitting here like, well, at least they aren't fighting.
I want you to know, for the summary for this game, I almost put they're talking because Camille asked them to politely. It's a very, very close.
I love them all so much. They are so stupid. But yeah, Camille's probably doing a very... How good is your little kid act today, Camille? Yeah, I'll take that.
Oh, that means you got real dice on you right now.
Yeah, 'cause I'm back home again.
Delicious.
That's a 24.
Delicious, nutritious.
That's a 23. I forgot that it's +9, not a +10.
Wow.
I'm so used to the +10.
I love that this is a sentence we can use in this server.
Yeah, so he's doing a very good job at pretending to be a little kid, as he just accepts your compliments, is the appropriate amount of little kid bashful and proud at getting compliment from, hey, this is a person who is in the field that you want to go into giving you a compliment, sort of deal.
Also your dad.
And is also your dad.
You must accept this now. You have admitted it on recording. That is dad now. Thank you.
I think probably things do get probably a little bit awkward once the statements are all done and they don't have to be there anymore.
Yeah, Azumi's just like, well, that's over with.
Yep, it seems so.
Well, I'm glad both of you were able to help me on that case. Thank you again.
Well, you were getting there. You just needed a little bit of help.
You can just say I was struggling, little detective. I am used to it, okay? And there's a soft smile.
Oh, Azumi has words. But you don't know how to phrase them. You don't know how to phrase them, huh, buddy?
No.
Just because you struggle doesn't mean you didn't arrive at the right answer.
Tome said that at you in a bit surprised. Before he gives a soft smile, and it's genuine. Thank you, Detective Azumi. Tome voice, you compliment me? And you are not Camille? Question mark, question mark, question mark?
And
this is the funny part of the FPS, but there's a movie playing in the room over, and I can hear it, and it's playing the most dramatic, sad music ever, and it's kind of giving me whiplash hearing that in the background, and hearing Tome blink twice.
funny little awkward silence versus...
versus the sound. It's just a normal day, NyQuil.
What does he do?
Well, if nobody else is gonna do it, I think Azumi's just gonna look up at Camille and be like, "Do you want to be let down now?"
Camille blinks of her. He's just like, "Oh, sure."
And he takes you off his shoulders and sets you on the ground.
And now Camille is out of frame.
camera shifts to put Camille in frame, and now Tome isn't. Tome's head is above frame.
They have to zoom out. They have to keep zooming out.
Yeah.
There's just a bunch of space on both sides of them because they had to keep so zoomed out to have the top with the bottom Camille. Also, I want you to know, Tome didn't say it, but his internal reaction was, or do you want to be even taller?
Oh my god.
Gosh.
Tome didn't say it out loud, but Tome does think in dad thoughts. Now he can't help it. The trope took over him.
Never stood a chance. Yeah.
I think after that, Azumi, sets Camille down, gives him a gentle pat.
Camille accepts the pat.
You have been patted.
And then he looks over to Tome and he says, well, if you're here and if you have the time, I was wondering if we could figure out when we should speak about that case.
And Tome does get a bit more serious as he knocks on his heels some and rubs at the back of his ear. I'm quite free whenever you are. It would mean having to travel to Toontown, so it would very much depend on when both of you are available to do that.
Azumi
I'm afraid that's where most of my notes are.
Azumi looks over to Camille.
Well, I'd have to text Leo, but I should be fine as long as I let him know.
Yeah, we don't need another Tome sweats a bit. One of those incidents.
Oh.
Yeah, he
wasn't my fault. Completely.
Azumi raises a brow and looks back down to Camille.
I got sick and Tome insisted that I recover at his place.
He was Last time I let him go back after starting to get sick, he got very sick, and I was not having that happen. I was not making this a gag. And I didn't exactly have any other place, so I just desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess.
And Leo gets a little antsy if he doesn't know where I am. I can't exactly blame him. Okay.
You are only 6. I'm sorry, I have to be violent sometimes.
Oh, shush, he's 7.
Oh, yeah, gosh, I still can't believe I missed that.
Well, it's not really like I made that big a deal out of it. And he does manage to pull out his plot device on the first try.
We'll fix that later.
Sends a quick message to Leo. That, yeah, he's going over to Toontown for a bit, so it should be fine. He's with Azumi and Tome. But if he's not back, then plot happens. You know, the usual disclaimer.
Camille's one of the people who finishes their emails with "If I do not respond to you in a normal amount, the plot happened."
The plot has taken me.
Oh my gosh.
For the audience,
right.
Marcy, our beloved, put in the chat from Leo. Subject, I will cry. Okay, have fun, be safe, I love you. If you get kidnapped again, I'll cry. Heart emoji.
I love Leo so much.
Yeah, Camille reads that over and just nods like, yeah, he's fine. You can roll perception to see if you read
I'm
it.
so rolling perception. Okay, that Tome has to legally check on his other son now.
Yeah, Azumi, you can read it, no problem. Both of you can read it, no problem.
Dad instincts.
Dad and older brother instincts.
Azumi only knows this kid as a Marisa. But to be fair, he does know that Leo is Sam's twin brother, so...
Yeah.
Tome does not know this information. He's just protective of Leo, too. He doesn't realize it yet, but he's already got them attached.
Rip. So, after you both read that little fun text, Camille pockets his phone and is just like, yeah, he'll be fine.
Alright.
We'll make sure to not let you get kidnapped. And there is a small smile.
If you did get kidnapped, I'm kicking your butt.
Well, okay, if it happens this time, there would have been nothing I personally could have done to avoid that.
I don't...
So, I feel like maybe kicking my butt is just a little extreme.
Tome just glances at Azumi and kind of waves his hand back and forth. Just like, do you really think he would be completely not involved with this?
Well, you're allowed to kick the kidnapper's butt, obviously, but...
Well, we could do that either way.
But I feel like maybe putting the blame on me would be a little bit much.
Tome is just smiling at you affectionately, and he kind of ruffles your hat because you won't let him ruffle your hair. He'll get there eventually. And goes, all right, we won't blame you unless you pull something like what you did again. Because if I have to get in trouble for my stupid acts, then you have to get in trouble as well.
Well, I have already experienced the full consequences of those actions, I think.
I'm quite certain I've experienced the full consequences of my actions.
No, you have not.
I am quite... You have no idea what I've... Tome is looking at you like the audacity of this child.
There's a smug cat face from Camille. Well, should we, get going?
Yes. And Tome's just gonna start walking.
Please tell me that they both reach their hand out for Camille to take.
They do! They do!
Be honest. Oh, okay, sure. Tome was saying to me he would reach out after last time because he very much, like Azumi, is trying not to overstep certain boundaries.
Oh.
And knowing Azumi would have reached out, wouldn't have even reached.
Oh, Tome.
I love you both, beloveds. I know we've been laughing. This is still in medium to high angst FPS, and he still is not fully better.
That is fair. In that case...
Gosh.
Oh.
Both of you said that in perfect sync on my audio. Like, down to the wavelength. That freaks me out a little.
It's fine, don't worry about it. But
Shout
yeah,
out
in
to
that
the
case...
dog who started barking, and I think it got on my recording.
That's Iggy.
No, like outside.
That's Iggy.
Iggy?
He's
everywhere.
What are you doing here?
Iggy, it's 98 degrees out. Why are you outside?
Because he's a horrible little bastard, man. Much like Camille.
I was waiting for it.
So, yeah, Camille probably has grabbed Azumi's hand, and they're off.
Yeah, there's. I'm gonna assume there's a bit of a jump, because that is a lot of walking to the
To the station.
and then and then having to travel to Toontown, and then once you're at Toontown, and you've got and then having to just.
Yeah, no, I get you. We have like
because
a
Tom
mini,
does
like,
not live near the station.
we have a scene change.
Yes. Hey Azumi, you've never known where Tome lives, but you start to notice a shift in the style of Toontown as you walk. And let me see if I can find the images that kind of really gathered the energy of how I've always imagined this part, because it's very much a older style Disney with the very painted look on the background and cell animation. Stuff like that in the background. I'm sending the image.
Oh, kind of like Don.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, it's very much a painted look, more gritty, more worn down. The
Kind of pencil sketchy.
Yeah, it's not the same level of high level animation that a lot of Toontown is anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Me, who genuinely actually loves this movie and is using this as an excuse to put more of this movie's art on Showcase. Anyways, so yeah, Tome though is very much just kind of walking through this place with obviously practice used. This is in fact where Tome lives. This is not a joke. So yes, you have this very brightly colored, neatly designed tune that's just popping out against these natural colored backgrounds and these like worn down bricks and metal, and it is very much, if this was a crime show, it's very fitting for Tome's genre. Listen, he's a detective. I'm gonna put him in. You know what? Plus, it fits because I point at Tome. A big part of his character thing is Tome just not put himself in the best conditions. I'm sorry. Anyways, Tome does though glance back at Azumi as they start to shift into this different style of Toontown and goes, "Are you following?"
Yep. And Camille looks up at Azumi.
Azumi nods.
Okay. And Tome starts just kind of leading you through the different alleyways, hands in pockets that shouldn't exist, because I don't draw on pockets, but his hands are in pockets. Don't ask it how. And just very casually walking through this, and eventually he reaches a set of apartments which look no different from any of the others, except for the gate has been painted differently, which is how you know it's going to move. I'm sorry, I love the older style of animation, where something is just animated just quite slightly different. That's how you know it's going to move before it moves.
Yeah!
It's very fun.
So yeah, there's just a one gate that is slightly painted different than all of the other gates, and Tome opens that one. And he kind of just motions for them to step inside.
And Azumi does.
Camille also does. He's been here before.
Yeah, Camille knows the drill. Up, closes the gate, up they go, goes up to one of the higher floors, because I myself have had to be on a higher level apartment with no elevator, and I am inflicting that same level of suffering on the Tome. Reaches through the hammer space, pulls out a key, opens it, and Azumi, instead of what you would expect from Tome, especially in this style, being some kind of rundown apartment, kind of beat up, leftover food, whatever, is a very shiny and neat apartment with a very distinct mix of two styles. It has 2 beds in it, a couch, an entire desk with a gamer chair, a computer, a cabinet, a table covered in papers. If you look to the side, there is a door leading to a nice kitchen and to a bathroom. And this whole thing looks very freshly designed. It is, and you could just see like a line where it switches from that to the entire rest of the place.
I think Camille
So I
kind of
rolled
just.
to see
Oh?
if Azumi knows what a computer is because he's from Yeto. Not Inkwell. He got a fucking 17 on the dice. I think he's fine.
He's
I think
fine.
he knows what a
Yeah.
computer is. Yeah, he knows what a computer is. That's a computer. He's probably seen them around Toontown some.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Camille kind of just blinks and is just like, oh, you have another bed?
Yeah, I don't know where in this timeline this takes place. I got one when Detective Moria moved in for a bit.
And Camille gives a little nod, like, yep, that tracks.
I don't know when in the timeline this is. I will emphasize that. I will have to check with Morsky afterwards. But Detective Moria, for the sake of plot, is not currently here.
Mm-hmm.
Out getting
Also-
groceries or something.
Maybe Vincent is going to like check and see how the it's either not there anymore. Is in Villstown checking on how the detective agency is going. They're building.
Yeah, something to get her out for a bit. Darcy has a very poignant question. Has Azumi ever seen a gamer chair before?
This is very important. The tired sigh.
He has.
Thank you.
He has.
This is very good information. Thank you.
Alright. Azumi knows what a gamer is.
Hey, Azumi, Tome's a gamer. It looks like.
I should hope he knows what a gamer is. He knows Ichika.
True.
Said Azumi is a gamer. Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
Azumi is not a gamer. If he was, I did something. Fine, okay.
That
fine.
just makes him a thing.
Good morning, gamers. Let's get this bread.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway.
Scary voice, I'm not a gamer, maybe they'll respect me.
That just makes
Um,
you a gamer. A beta guy.
God.
Okay, that's enough.
Alright.
Gosh, I want you to know Tome is done. Wait. Tome
Oh?
would have his pin on right now. Tome hears the sentence, Azumi voice, let's get this bread, and goes, no thank you, and takes the pin off.
Oh my gosh.
Tome, we're about to have a serious conversation. I'm not having this in my head the entire time, and shoves that pin in his hammer space. Correction, he pulls it out, very quick message, because, like Camille, he has someone he has to check on or else they will get worried. Pritch, I'm going to be a little busy for a bit. Yes, I'm self-caring, don't worry. If you don't hear from me for like a week, okay, then you can come and scratch me or something, okay? And then he shoves it away.
Neil raises an eyebrow.
Don't ask questions. And just
Why do you know who Pritch is? I look at the dice. How?
He's not a gamer.
He's not a game. Shut up.
The name probably came up at some point.
Yeah. Probably.
But yeah.
I mean, Tome has probably mentioned Pritch at some point. Or has mentioned... Like Pritch is not... They're not, to my knowledge, the most, famous patron, but they're not exactly unknown. I mentioned how many followers Pritch has now.
Yeah, that is fair.
Yeah. Yeah. Camille kind of just raises an eyebrow because, isn't Ali kind of a bit much?
What do you mean?
Camille looks away.
Anyway.
Listen, he sets crisis mode at if he's gone for 24 hours, and so far that assumption has been correct, because look at how feral people have gone when he's missing for 24 hours.
See, tone voice. I have to say a week, or else it won't be true. Because sometimes I just forget to put the pin back on, or something else happens, or I just don't feel like dealing with the chat.
No, that's fair.
That's fair.
I think in the U.S., technically, it takes at least 2 to 3 days for them to actually take a missing person's case seriously or something like that.
Yeah, but that is besides the point for now.
Yeah, let us not focus on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Camille probably takes a few steps into the apartment and looks over up at Tome.
Tome just motions for Azumi to step inside so we can close the door.
Yeah, Azumi, when Camille stepped in, he stepped in as well. They're holding hands.
I know. And then, so Tome closes it, and Tome is handing me, he has probably added more locks on, the more people have learned about her.
Oh,
so there's now at least 3 locks on the door.
Camille looks at the locks and looks up at Tome and raises an eyebrow.
I'm up to 3 people who know where I live, okay?
So are you going to add an extra lock for every person who knows?
I could do that. He looks at Azumi, starts counting the locks.
Okay, no.
That is...
That's a little... Okay, 1, those locks don't do anything. 2, that's a little overkill.
And a waste
You
of
just
gold.
need... Yeah, just 1 good lock, perhaps, with some sort of enchantment. Oh. Hello, audience.
Do, 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 Sorry, we got elevator stuck on the brain.
It'd be that way. No, Leo, you're not the only one whose brain immediately went to figuring out the lock logistics. I gesture at Camille. Yeah.
Handshake Arata, who would.
Yeah, when Camille says those locks don't do anything, he meant in reference to, I could totally pick those.
I look at Arata. I look away.
Okay, did any of my mic get picked up before I suddenly popped away?
No, not really.
Okay, good. Okay, good. I had some people in the other room over being extra loud, and I was I don't think I told them I had the game starting. So I had to just very quick. I had to just go, "Hey, you're picking up louder than I am talking."
You're valid, no worries. But yeah,
Okay, we're good.
he was just like, you really just need one good lock that perhaps has some sort of enchantment or protection against lockpicks.
Tome pausing to think as I go through his spell list, and he just goes, "I don't have any spells that do that."
Looks like you'll have to invest on somebody else then.
But that means, can you get a lock like that without like taking them to your place? Because then I have to add another lock. I'm sorry, but this is a gag now. I have made this a thing.
And Camille kind of just raises an eyebrow.
We're getting off track.
Camille, who has his hand half in his hammer space right now, totally wasn't about to pick the lock and prove his point. Well, I'm sure there's one that you can buy elsewhere and bring back. And he reluctantly removes his hand from his coat. Actually, wait, it's summer. He doesn't have a coat now. He has a little vest.
That's a little bit.
It's very adorable.
I would like the audience to know that Maki has decided to join me today and immediately sat on my arm, so it's hers now.
Oh.
Hi, Maki. Yeah, you're an arm stealer.
Yeah, Iggy tried to steal my arm earlier, but I got it back.
Imagine getting your arm stolen.
Anyway.
He's so precious.
Camille's adorable. Aww.
He's just a little guy.
Look at his vest.
He's so best. All of us just instantly going, look at this.
But also...
And then Marzi going, nerd.
But also, he got it from a Azumi joke.
Yes, absolutely.
Tome looking at this internally. Don't call them brothers. Camille said, don't call them brothers. Don't call...
And Camille's just like, alright, so, locks aside, where do you want us to go?
Tome motions apartment, because it's still not, it's a notable size apartment because Pritch magic, but it is not the biggest apartment, and he kind of just motions to the couch and 2 beds and the 1 gamer chair, as in, take a seat.
Alright. Azumi takes a seat.
Yeah, Camille also takes a seat because handholds.
They're sitting on a couch.
Tome does that, and Camille, you remember when you came over, Tome had these giant covered boards in the corner? Yeah, he's reeling those over.
Camille does not perk up. He is not perking up. He is...
He is a normal amount respectful about He's a normal amount
Camille
interested.
I finally get to know the secrets of the covered boards.
He's a detective. He's gotta...
Okay, so I don't know how many boards there are. More than what a normal person would have, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think one board is more than what a normal person would have.
To be fair.
Me looking at Tome handing me at least 3, possibly up to 5 boards in that tiny apartment.
Oh boy.
I look at that. I look at Detective Lynn. I look away.
Detectives be like that.
They do. I don't know how many he has in there. It really depends on the scene, because sometimes I've described it as 1 board, sometimes I've described it up to 7 or higher. It really just depends on the scene and whatever seems like the correct amount for the scene. It's however many the animators felt like drawing.
That is fair.
So yeah, Tome kind of wheels him over, and then he just kind of stands there awkwardly and kind of kind of is just very awkwardly fidgeting with his hands, and he goes, "So, are you certain you want to help on this case?"
Yeah, I'm certain. Gives a little resolute nod. He's a normal amount of respectful about this.
Camille trying not to get just sparkle eyes at the boards. Tome kind of glances over at Azumi a little nervously.
Well, of course I do. I came this far.
There's a laugh, and he goes, "Well, I guess then we get started." And he is going to, even though it is multiple boards, in almost one perfectly practiced sweep motion, he is going to pull the sheets off of the boards one at a time, and you're going to realize you could tell Tome was a little bit of a scattered person. You've seen the way he tries to solve cases. When you walked in, papers were everywhere on the table. This is a whole different extreme. There is enough red string on this board and papers. It's enough that you could tell there's a board under there. You can see the board sometimes, but it's also, that is a lot of notes. You can see the 5 years of work instantly. And can I get a perception?
Yes, you can.
Also, I'm so sorry for the amount of lore dumping I'm probably going to have to do for this FPS.
That's what we're here for. That is a 22.
I love how my brain went, that's low for you.
I guess that's fair when compared to a 27.
Yeah.
Camille, there's a lot of papers, and that is still 22. It's still very good. You very much take in mostly that there's a lot of papers here, and you see a good number of newspapers. You see notes on stuff, pictures, lots of pictures, lots of notes. You see lots of Tome's handwriting. There's drawings there. You didn't know? Did Tome make these? Because those are actually semi-decent drawings. Very much handwriting ever a string. I'm going to DM you something real quick. I got two questions for you. I want to see how much violence you want this FPS.
Oh boy.
I'm in danger.
You will be safe, Avi. This is a blatant attack on Fletch lore.
Uh-oh.
Meanwhile, while this is happening behind the scenes. Yes?
Oh.
Yes. Yes, Maki. Yes. Oh, you like that? Oh. Yes. Yes. Meow.
Oh, it's real baby hours.
Yeah.
Okay, I got permission for full violence.
Oh boy!
Oh boy!
There's two specific things that Camille sees, and the reason Camille sees these, even though got the lower roll, is because they are both. One of them is something Camille will probably be very surprised to see. It is a newspaper clipping from about 2 years ago of a gala of some sort that had a murder happen at it. that was solved by a detective, Sam Layton. The other thing that stands out is a picture of a very, very well dressed, just hair done, everything, lady, quite center of the screen, with red hair. Let me grab a nice picture. Get the picture here, if I can hunt it down, so I can properly describe it. I can see somebody in the comments realizing what's happening and going a little bit feral, and I love them for this.
I think both of them are going a little bit feral.
One of them, I think, is losing their mind a slight bit more, and I love them for it.
All right. So you were saying?
Yes. Sorry, I had to get the picture because I have not described this person in a long time. Has a style somewhat similar to Tome, actually. Has this reddish, pinkish hair, and these very distinct, light seafoam green, me trying to remember what that type of makeup's called. Eyeshadow. And is dressed very nicely in with pearls around her neck and a long, it's the bottom right design. A long blue dress with these dark, like turquoise, seafoam green and yellow feathers on her arms, just smiling so dramatically at the camera.
Camille knows that person.
Yeah, Camille, that one looks familiar.
So what
there's
does
a lot
Azumi
of red string connecting to that. And what does Azumi see? Oh, this is fun. So Azumi, you see all of that. Plus, you notice a good couple of clippings of a missing detective. You also, because that's a 27, you are going to get a lot of stuff from this. You notice a lot of, the farther out the notes spread, and like the more areas that start to cluster, the more frantic the writing gets. You notice that a couple of these are really old. Like, these things have been on this board for a while. Some are torn, some have stains on them. It's very much, Tome has been working on this for a long time and has gotten pretty frantic about it, actually. And you also notice
for dear audience, I rolled a funny little whiz save for Camille, and he got a 17. So it's not like he's going too terribly. He's handling this information okay. Azumi got a nat 20 on insight with the tag like hell you're fine.
So it's a 30, like hell you're fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do love the trend of Azumi just pulling out a nat 20 because he's like, no.
He's just,
So yeah, Azumi, that is really mostly what you're getting, because I do want to actually see these two interact, Camille and Azumi. So yeah, it's mostly that. If anything else gets brought up, you probably saw it. You also notice a picture that's also pretty center of two like towers connected by a house in front of this very almost rainbow water, like in the middle of this like rainbow water lake with these giant jagged mountains in the background.
huh.
That has a lot of red string too.
Yeah, huh.
Anyways, like hell you're fine. Continue.
Yeah, with that insight, you not only notice Camille kind of stiffen and hold on to your hand just a little bit tighter, you also know just exactly what he was looking at, specifically the newspaper clipping of a specific gala with a specific detective and that picture of the red-headed Toon.
Okay,
I'm not calling for Tome because I don't want him to know. Continue.
Here's the question. Did they have a mind link established before this?
Probably not.
Cool. Camille, you got the mental equivalent of somebody knocking at the door. Azumi's trying to set up a mind link with you.
Yeah, Camille does the mental equivalent of opening up the door. And hey, you get to hear the rhythm again, so that's fun.
Yeah.
I will say Tome's rhythm is doing that thing where the piano's louder than most stuff. And
piano of trauma.
Do I need to roll a whiz to see if he's tapping his foot or not?
But like, yeah.
Not tapping foot. Continue.
Azumi's just, okay, so mind link established. Azumi's just, are you alright?
Oh, and Camille is doing his best to not outwardly show that there's a mind link going on. As he's just like, mostly, I think, it's just a little surprising to, and kind of does a little head tilt towards the, clipping and the picture of a certain redhead.
Yeah. Azumi just kind of files that away for later dissection. But for now, he does look over the boards and he says out loud, he says, that is quite a lot of work you've done.
5 years of it. And Tome kind of rubs back his neck. I've been working on this case for about 5 years. Non-stop, very little breaks.
Alone?
He nods. Oh. Nobody else would take up the case.
Well,
And
we're
I didn't want
taking it up
others
now.
on it. A very deep breath. Yes, I'm quite aware you are.
Indeed.
And you can tell, I want to say, for Zumi's sake, he's not upset with either of you. You can tell, and without even inciting, he is extremely nervous right now. You gotta think, he is presenting to you basically his most vulnerable side of himself right now.
Mm-hmm.
And something he has not shared with anybody. That has gotta be nerve-wracking for anyone.
Mm-hmm.
So Tome's having a normal one. The only reason he is doing okay is because I pointed out that 23 is, I'm going to be honest, it's giving me the vibes of he does genuinely trust you two right now.
Oh.
Or at least he trusts Camille enough to trust me. But no, either way, he does trust you two. He just kind of gives a nod. You are working on it, which is why I'm showing you. Nobody is seeing it. I'm not going to say Detective Mori has or hasn't, because like I said, I do not know when in the timeline this is. Actually, no, I wanted you to see it first. Even I haven't had the chance to tell Detective Mori everything.
And there's a bit of a nod as he's just, well, why don't you walk us through that then?
I guess it would be best if I explain the actual case that started this. And he's going to reach into his hammer space. And he pulls out a box. No, he pulls out a file. He did not put a file in a box. He's not that bad. He pulls out a file.
Put the file in the box, and then I'll mail the box to me, and then...
No!
Fine. Just for the sake of that joke. Just for the sake of that joke, I'm actually going to say he put it in a box. You've earned that. He puts it in a box. He put it in a box, and he opens the box, and he kind of glances at you, Camille, as he does this. He opens it up and pulls out it's a very small box. He pulls out a case file that is brimming with notes, and he places it down. He probably at some point moved the table or something near the couch and places it down in front of you and kind of just opens it up so that you can see. About 5 years ago, my partner and I were invited on. Well, less invited. We were given the chance to go outside of Einquell to solve a case. One second. He kind of looks down the ground. To be honest, we were a little excited about it. It was very much an interesting case. My partner had even started to complain that we were taking up too many boring ones. It was... all we had been told was that somebody had been murdered and a painting was the main suspect. You can see why we were a little curious to how that was possible. Yeah. Kind of laughs a little awkwardly. We got there, and it was very much... It was... I don't even know how to explain it. It was different. The water was different. I need to make a whiz.
Oh boy.
I'm doing that at a disadvantage. I'm sorry. Okay, guys, I get it.
I guess he mentally prepped himself for this conversation.
He did. He had... Okay. He probably very much is... Honestly, probably like reaching his hammer space and like reaching for the pin, or no, he can't touch it or else he can hear the audience. He takes a very shaky deep breath, and you can... Fletch, clarify for me the rhythm. Would it be possible that the rhythm, because he is very much caught in this flashback, you can almost hear the sounds?
If they are incorporated into his theme,
yes, it would be part of his theme.
That would definitely have some implications, as to, because the theme is kind of an extension of yourself or how you present yourself in a way. So it would, yeah. So you could do something like that, but it would have a whole lot of things.
We're gonna wait then, because I am not ready to unpack all that. I will say the piano is probably the loudest you've ever heard it. Mm-hmm. Even though he's not outwardly panicking, it is the loudest you've ever heard it. To the point where, because I've mentioned his theme has like different parts to it. The part that I consider the like the most tone part of the theme, what he had before all this, is not as easy to hear. It's still his theme, but does that make sense? I'm trying to explain this in a way that makes sense.
You're good.
Okay. And Tome takes a deep breath. It was very toonish and definitely a little off. We got there and we investigated it. We met a lot of suspects. We didn't meet. We found the chalk outline for the person who had died. Takes a deep breath. What did I say this person's name was again? I think I said Faye. Me quickly realizing I should have taken notes about this beforehand. Yes, Faye. A Faye friend who had died. We met one of the main suspects. I don't have XP names yet, so, and I don't know if I'll be able to make...
Yeah, you don't have to, like, go into detail as to every single person.
Okay, thank goodness. Whew. I meant just all of them. He's obviously starting to like rush through this before he does start to panic. Anyways, the point is, we found this underground bunker, and then we realized that there was something really wrong, so we headed up and we went back to Bison and we found the murder, and that's where Penumbra Pathfinder killed my partner and tried to kill me.
And Camille stops, and like he knows that Aunt Penny is kinda not a great person, but like also hearing that she has actually killed someone. That sure is.
Yeah.
Penumbra was the one who had killed her niece as well. That's niece, right? Me once again trying to remember this horrible family tree.
This family tree is a fucking nightmare.
Me genuinely having to check the thing, so I cannot remember if it's niece or cousin because they're so distantly related.
Yeah, I think Faye was on the other side of the family tree.
Me
So it'd be
grabbing
something in law.
Yeah, it's a lot of. One second, I'm grabbing the image real quick. Spoiler for Scopo, but there is like 5 million people on this family tree. You can see why I'm struggling with the lore some days. For Faye, friend, the farthest one on the left, the green hair, is the one who was murdered. Penumbra Pathfinder, the one with the bird on the head, is the one who murdered her. I'm glad we've established this. Thank you.
Yeah,
There's a connection somewhere along this way. Yeah, you go.
Yeah, hold up, Camille. Yeah, that sure is emotions. Let's see. How well can you? Yeah. He is not trying to hide this from Azumi, mostly just from Tome, and that is a 26.
I'm rolling insight. Nope, Tome does not see anything. He's a little preoccupied with his trauma.
Just a little. And Camille, yeah, Azumi, he kind of holds onto your hand just a little bit tighter. As through the mind link, he kind of just very softly is. Penumbra is my aunt.
There's a pause in Azumi's face. Absolutely does not change. Why are you rolling so many nat 20s, you dumbass?
Oh, no. Holy shit. That's a 32 for the audience.
Man.
His expression does not change. And he just... Through the mind link, he's just... Well, that's a fucking plot twist if I've ever heard one.
The player. No, see, the thing is, all the people listening live right now have been in the server where this kind of been known information for a little bit, but I feel so bad for any, like, listening to this later people.
and to Azumi specifically,
I'm so sorry, Azumi.
there's the tiniest of snorts from Camille where he's just like, well, I knew she wasn't exactly a great person, seeing as she, granted unknowingly, did try to kill me once.
You want to roll insight?
Sure, I would love to. He's so good at seeing Shiro, because that's a 28.
Oh, I love that. That's delicious. Okay, I'm just gonna say it outright. You get the impression that Azumi knows what it's like to have a member of your family who you kind of like and kind of, quote unquote, looked up to for a bit, but they did some fucked up shit. He knows what that's like very well.
Shakes Azumi, rattles Azumi, throttles Azumi.
Yeah. Yeah, Camille, gives your hand just the tiniest of squeezes.
He squeezes back.
Yeah,
Plot twist, it's all of our trauma.
it's fine. As he's just like, that, I guess, does explain why he was interested in that gal specifically. Not sure how he would have known she was there.
Me sitting here, whose literal only explanation for it is Tome gotta leave.
Oh my god.
Well, Camille's perception right now is that Tome, because it's the newspaper, he still assumes Tome is an outsider to that stuff. So he wouldn't really have a clear link to her because she wasn't reported.
Whew. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. me like, okay, we don't need to call out Spec's planning capabilities.
No, it wasn't to call out to that. It was like, how would you know if you only got this information through a public source?
Yeah. How would Tome know? That's quite interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Strangles
Yeah.
you. Strangles
I
you.
hate that I feel so bad for any people listening to this post, by the way, because that FPS is still not up as of the time.
Okay, we do have all the pieces, so I just have to sew them together.
You're doing so well, beloved. You're doing fine. My audio is the reason we haven't made it long, anyways.
But yeah, I think since it's probably been a little bit of silence since Tome said the thing about his partner getting killed, it's fine.
Yeah,
I'm totally just
he's
giving you a
very
moment.
much sweating. Question, all he adds on is, I didn't, because I feel like Azumi needs to hear this, because I mentioned before, Tome was acting very off around Azumi and like not just trusting him because he was a detective, especially because Azumi was too good of a detective in this case. We didn't realize that she was giving us false information because she was pretending to be a second witness, a detective who was also on the case, or was on a different case at the place, but we trusted that side of her and didn't realize.
Ha 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 ha.
Oh, is it Azumi's turn on the whiz save?
Yeah.
Maybe I wanted to be a little violent. I'm sorry.
That is a 16. Can I roll insight on that?
And, he just... Oh, okay. Thank you, Camille. He just says... She must have been quite the capable performer if she managed to fool the both of you for that long. Camille... Hey, so you remember a long time ago you did a little bit of digging on Azumi?
Yeah.
And you found out before the Spear Rogues, before he died, he was investigating a weird case going on called the mental shutdown incidents right? And Azumi essentially confessed to you when you were in the hospital that he was the culprit behind them. I simply hand you that.
Yeah, Camille's registering that and is just... He looks over at Azumi before looking back to Tome like, I'm sorry about that, Tome. But mentally to Azumi, he's just like, are you alright?
Well, I kind of have to be right now.
Man.
It's going great. Also, not me pulling up
Camille's
the number
just...
sheet in the background that you see what the modifier was.
Yeah. Camille was just like, well, if you're not, we can always leave and come back later.
I'll let you know.
Wait, what's he saying?
If he comes... words. I'll let you know if it's too difficult to handle.
And Camille nods like, alright.
Thank you, Azumi, for self-caring. You better be self-caring. I will throttle you if not.
Looks away.
I knew it.
Since when has Shiro Azumi ever self-cared?
He once gave Camille cuddles, and I think that counts as a form of self-care.
You know, that is fair.
Thank you. Tome kind of just nods and stands there. That's the majority of the origin, like where this case stemmed from. Any motions to the boards. Everything else here is every spotting I've had of her, every lead I've had, and then also any information I could get on mistids and the water that causes them.
Mistids?
Yes. And you see Tome very... Do you want to insight, actually? No.
Yes.
I'm going to make you use those disgusting insight modifiers.
Alright, let's pull out
That's a dirty 20.
Azumi, you can very much tell Tome is being very awkward right now and a little nervous talking about this. Camille, you pick up, he's also really stressed and almost a little scared to talk about this. Tome doesn't normally talk about this stuff, and when he does, it does not get a positive reaction. He kind of just nervously rocks on his heels. Mistids, they're a... quite hard to explain it. They're a sort of type of creature. They... to be one, you have to have come in contact with this certain kind of water and gained some form of mutation from it. Some sort of evolution. It's not exactly something studied a lot, and it's honestly hard to tell the difference between what people say mistids are and what a natural mistid is, and not all of them can even communicate well or even are around to be studied, so I very much have to take note of what I can and hope that it's true. I'm hoping if I can understand them better, I can figure out why she's so obsessed with them and how to... He rubs the back of his ears. Not let one of them catch me by surprise again.
Did something happen with a mistid?
That's how she was able to almost kill us both. There was this beetle that made this loud noise, and I don't remember much else. I just remember passing out and he kind of reaches up to his ears. I gotta make another whiz save. At disadvantage.
Oh boy.
Okay. Glad I had that disadvantage. Holds a hand over his ears, and he's not doing as good as he was. He's kind of shaking a bit. Just made this horrible ringing. I don't remember a lot of just seeing my partner and her fighting, and then the two of them. That's gonna have to add another warning. Falling out the window of the tower. This is a point where Spec makes a joke to cheer everyone up. Achievement unlocked. Tragic backstory.
Oh my god. Thank you for that joke. And
if I see things are getting too sad, I will throw a joke in.
good.
Fair.
So we can probably tell that Tome's having a moment.
Mm-hmm.
The hand that's not holding Camille's kind of lifts up and he says, "Do you need him? Do you need a break?"
Sorry, I haven't. Sorry, I sorry. One moment, just got that ringing out of my ears again.
Just breathe.
Hey, you're alright. It's kind of a lot to talk about.
He just takes in some deep, slow breaths and carrying those insights over him before. He's kind of used to this. It's fine. Tome has a perfectly healthy mental state. That's a 19 and a 20 with the +7 modifiers. That calms him down a lot. After a moment, he kind of takes in a deep breath. Sorry, most people I don't talk about it a lot.
Well,
I can.
that's. It's very practical, like, yeah, I see that.
Do you want me to go, or?
Yeah, you can go.
He says, admittedly, I could see why. It is a rather odd case.
A flinch?
He doesn't say that like he's trying to make fun of you. He just thinks it's weird.
Oh, no. Tome can tell that. It's more of those are familiar words, and it does still sting even if you don't mean to.
Yeah.
Well, just let us know if it gets to be a bit too much, okay?
There's a nod, and the same goes to you. I really mean it. If you don't want to be involved, I can't blame you.
Well, I kind of already made my decision, so not gonna go back on that.
Oh, Tome, don't be this sad little meow meow on me. He just kind of gives like a little soft snort and goes, "You wouldn't be the first to back out after saying they'd stay, and I really wouldn't judge you for it. Especially the more people investigate with me, the more they start to just think I'm chasing ghosts."
You would be surprised what I'm willing to believe and deal with.
To be fair, ghosts actually do have a bit of merit.
There's a laugh. I guess they do, especially in places like Toontown.
Yeah, I think at the end of Camille's statement, through the mind link, he's just like, we both know the professor after all.
Oh my gosh. Tom just gives a little nod, and he seems to actually be relaxing a bit that you have yet to run off.
And Azumi just kind of looks over the notes again, and he says, so to put it simply, she managed to use this misted, you called them.
A nod.
And that put you out of commission?
There's another nod.
Hmm.
It was in this gramophone. She had the bird tap on the. It must have made the creature scared enough to screech. I guess normally by itself, the misted wouldn't have been able to do much, but amplified by the gramophone, it was loud enough to knock me out.
And Azumi nods.
He gives a kind of wave of hand. There's a reason I said one of the things to be a misted is, well, there's a reason a lot of mistids I have to look through legends to find. It's things that shouldn't be possible. It's very much the impossible somehow be impossible.
Do you want to roll insight?
Absolutely. That's a 24.
Azumi nods like this is the most normal thing ever.
Tome is blinking, actually, and a little surprised that he tilts his head. You're handling this a lot better than I expected.
And Azumi laughs, and he says, before coming to Inkwell, I was on the Speared Rogue, case. And before that, I was investigating Ghetto's mental shutdown cases. There's a lot that doesn't make sense in this world.
And
there's actually a nod.
And of course, you already know what I'm investigating.
Does he?
I think Camille did mention, we were both kind of super exhausted during that FPS, but I think, Camille did mention that he is looking into impossible things about the use of magic.
Okay, yes. I think I love how you both admitted that both of us were very out of it by the end of it. That was a long FPS that went really late.
I strangled both of you.
We're doing better. We started this one earlier to counteract our mistakes of the past. We've learned the two of us are not allowed to start FPSs past at least 8 p.m. one of our times. We have learned.
Yeah, it's fine.
Don't look at us like that.
I slept after a decent amount, so it's fine. But yeah,
later.
it's alright. Camille's just
Wait, no, I actually slept in that day. Anyways, you go. I'm rambling.
Namely, impossible things happening without the use of magic.
Tome gives a nod, and yeah, mistids are completely done without magic. Not a single bit. I have detect magic, and it doesn't work on them. I have to find them a different way. I can sometimes tell if they've casted a spell because some mistids are seemingly capable of magic, but they themselves aren't magic. Nor does the whatever the water does that changes them, that isn't magic either. So they don't even show that they're under some kind of change magically. It's a lot of science, and I wish I could explain it, but it's a lot involving mutations, really.
Something down to genetic level.
A nod. It's like rapid evolution in a way. Stuff that maybe this creature could. Maybe these creatures could have done this, or these plants, or because it works on plants. It works on plants as well. Could have done it given a long enough time, but
I dropped my dice.
Some of them. Okay, I would say, what crimes are you committing right now?
Don't worry, I just dropped my dice. Don't worry.
But the idea that completely normal creatures can become magical overnight or in just one encounter with the water is obviously it's something quite different.
Out of curiosity, do you know if this works on people? Or is it just...
It's completely fatal to humans. There's never been a person known to survive. I need to make another whiz save.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Ooh!
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Tome takes in a very shaky breath, and he's trembling, and his foot's absolutely tapping and perfecting with that piano. Humans can't survive it. That's what happened to we couldn't. It's the only
Hey, just take some deep breaths.
Tome just kind of stands there doing his best to take a deep breath, and he kind of just, I'm gonna be honest, he gives me the energy with like 8. That's a 2 rolled. He may have a +7 modifier, that's still a 2 rolled. Kind of sinking to the ground, knees to his chest, sitting next to the board. Humans can't survive it. It's fatal.
Camille is gonna slide off the couch, probably let go of Azumi's hand since I love Azumi. We both know he's not gonna be very good at comforting.
Yeah, no, Azumi's getting up to see if he can find, like, a glass of water.
Yeah, and Camille kind of just moves over and reaches out like, hey, Tom, it's okay.
Sorry, I was doing good. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize. It's a lot to talk about, okay?
Just a very weak nod. Tome's gonna be the energy of just like wanting to laugh but can't even. About like, I'm supposed to be the dad figure. I'm supposed to be calm right now. He can't even do that. He's just, even he's aware that he needs to breathe or he will break.
Yeah, you are given a very gentle pat.
Let's make another check on my beloved. How you doing, Tome? Okay. He manages to calm down a good more. He's still shaking, but he seems to be getting his breathing under control again.
And Camille gives a little nod like, there you go. You're getting the hang of it.
You know, I didn't think that you'd be having to be the one to comfort me. That's not how it's supposed to work, right?
Well, I do a lot of things weird.
Tome, you're not ready to say that out loud. Tome very much, in my head, just went, don't worry, I love you either way. But he is not going to say that out loud. Because Tome is not ready for that. Nope, Tome's already having a crisis over one thing. He doesn't care if he's Camille's dad. That's a lot of emotional connection. That's dangerous. That is dangerous to the kid and him. He will not be saying that.
It also would probably,
Aggro Azumi.
looks over at Azumi.
Yeah. Haha.
That would hurt all 3 of them.
At once.
That is a different timeline of different level of violence.
Yeah, so Camille's just... So, it's alright. You're kind of talking about some really heavy things right now.
Tome just kind of nods.
Do you need a break from it?
Maybe it would be best if we just kept the questions rather than me trying to explain everything. That at least gives me a break to not have to try and focus on it too much.
And Camille nods. Like,
Also, translation Spec does not actually have anything else to, like, info dump on unless we just go into, like, specifics.
Camille nods like, alright, he can work with that. But, if it gets to be too much, just let us know.
There's very much a nod. Once again, let me know.
Camille nods, and he does give a little half step back.
I think now would be a good time for Azumi to come by, and he gets close enough to hand Tome the glass of water.
Tome very much takes it and just takes a slow sip. Thank you, Detective Azumi.
You take your time.
I feel like he probably sits down there for at least a couple minutes because we're going to acknowledge the fact that he has trauma, and I'm not just going to like brush that over for the sake of plot because he does have trauma. He very much sits there for a couple minutes before he manages to give a nod and kind of start and place the cup down on the table before he kind of stands up and brushes himself off. All right, I'm better. Sorry about that. Again, it was not quite professional of me, but I think you both are not quite upset with me either.
I mean, why would we be upset at you?
Yeah, I can't actually think of a good reason, but it's very much a wasting of the time kind of worry. Like I said, I'm not quite used to talking about the case. Sorry.
I think
Don't
you're
want
just
to
worried
tear
in
you all
general.
off. Did you? You can't just say that to someone.
Azumi voice, I diagnose you with anxiety.
He did the exact same thing in the non-canon chat. Come on.
Yeah.
He did. We had to make it canon eventually. There is a very weak laugh from Tome. Yes, I have very much started to realize I worry about a lot of things most people don't. I've done that a lot for the past 5 years. It's saved me a couple of times though, so I guess it's worth it in the end.
Azumi internally, damn bitch, you live like this.
You have to rationalize your own trauma. This Tome, this is a sad level. How are you? You should not be a dad like this. I'm sorry, Tome, you should not be a dad.
That is why we are taking that relationship slow. Yeah. I think it's just... I think it'd be unreasonable to, of us if we got upset at you for being traumatized after going through a traumatizing incident.
Tome, do not be mean to the kid. Do not be mean to the kid. I'm not gonna say it in the energy he gave me because he is still a little mad about this, but we're not gonna do this because Tome, you're doing better, and you think about your actions sometimes, not all the time.
Is he gonna accuse?
He is absolutely bringing up that Camille said he did not have trauma. Tome goes, yeah, no, it's very important to acknowledge when you've gone through a traumatizing event, it can leave you traumatized. And that there are consequences to those feelings that you should acknowledge. Oh, look!
Azumi looks down at Camille.
Camille looks at the both and is like, what?
Azumi sighs.
Oh yeah, Tome is absolutely letting out a sigh.
I admit that I have trauma over things that traumatize me.
The kidnapping? And he says it with all the... I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him that time, with very bluntness.
And Camille looks over at Tome and is just like, well, why would I be...
Camille, you had no guarantee that you would be back at all.
You quite literally were kidnapped.
And considering the people who kidnapped you, No normal person would not be traumatized after that.
I think we've well established that I'm not normal.
Oh no, that's not the conversation here.
That's an entirely different subject.
The conversation here is that was a traumatizing event.
Well, it doesn't feel like it's been all that traumatizing.
Wait,
I'm so sorry.
Wrong group chat.
Just because it doesn't seem traumatizing to you doesn't mean it wasn't traumatizing.
So, I guess Leo is kind of traumatized by that.
Tome is giving the prayer hand right now.
Azumi puts his face in his hands.
Camille.
Yeah?
Tome is not. Tome is looking at Azumi. He was like just internally going, he listens to you.
I don't know if he would say this out loud.
They do have the mind link.
Yeah, he just says, Camille, you have to recognize an anxiety attack by looking at your hands rather than what you're feeling.
He looks over at you. Raises his finger like he's going to say something.
Azumi raises a brow.
Live Tome reaction next to this.
He looks like he's going to say something, but then just sighs.
I don't know what just happened, but I'm guessing you realize that you have trauma.
What just happened is that I won.
Tome is just looking between you two. There's like a little question mark above his head.
You get a pat on the head.
Tome is actually smiling slightly. It's an affectionate little smile.
There's the mind link, there's just little, you got me there. Before he's just like, I mean, I haven't really recognized any of the usual trauma signs in regards to that event. I don't think.
The fact that you have to add the I don't think says a lot.
Well, I mean...
Camille, we're not gonna try and figure out how your trauma kicks in. That's not healthy and right for a long list of reasons. But you do have to understand that was a traumatizing situation, which to some extent has probably left you traumatized. I love how this is the conversation.
Well, I guess he is gonna be stupid enough to say it. He's just like, well, I've been through worse. I don't feel traumatized from that.
You see Tome's eyes widen, and you can almost see him lose some years off his life.
He puts his head in hands again. This is almost as bad as the conversation with the professor.
What do you mean you've been through worse?
Well, okay, you know Lamonk.
No? Wait, does he? Hold up, I need to roll what would that be? A history?
History,
yeah. Lamonk is kind of famous, so hopefully...
Okay, yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Tome kind of blinks. Oh, Moon, where is this going?
Well, let's just say things get really exciting around him.
Tome is just handing me taking a deep breath, reaches over, takes a sip of his water, does not spit it out, just places the glass down, takes another deep breath. Okay.
He's an interesting fellow, by the way. He drew on my face once.
You've met him.
No.
Am I the only one who's not meeting people? Do you two just do this?
Unfortunately.
Yeah? I mean...
Inspector, I was a celebrity back in Yedo. I did
were
a habit of meeting individuals.
Tome standing here just was never well known or acknowledged for anything, just kind of sitting here.
I kind of just tend to wind up in situations. I
hope you go.
It's really kind of funny how we met, but you don't need to worry about that.
I hope you both realize you are the two most exciting people Detective Moria. You three are the most interesting or exciting people I've ever met. I don't meet famous people. So the fact that you both have just casually done this and see nothing out of the normal about this, it's honestly blowing my mind a little.
Preoccupied with other things at the time.
And Azumi just kind of rubs a hand on against his face again. Are you going to say it again? I think he will. Just for the bit. He says, "Camille, can things just stop happening to you for maybe 2 minutes?"
I don't think the kid is capable of that much peace. The little detective does seem to be constantly involved with the plot. How? I don't understand. I did not get involved in the plot until doing mental math. I guess 5 years was when my plot really appeared, but I mean, I guess there was that case beforehand about, what was it, 5 years before that? Anyways, the point is, I went through a large amount of my life with no plot, so the fact that the two of you seem to be constantly involved in it.
The hilarity of this ramble from Tome, and the fact that Azumi doesn't believe in the plot.
Yes, I know. It's great.
He's not saying anything.
This is our fluff in between.
Yeah. Just boy, things sure do be happening. Camille has not mentioned at all what has happened with the monk and why that was worse.
Tome, I'm gonna be honest, Tome is giving me the energy of this is a conversation for later because I know I'm gonna go dad. And I can't do that in front of Azumi. That's a problem for later.
Oh, wonderful.
Tome knows his dad triggers.
Oh my god.
All of that aside, I mean, he can I'm fine.
Tome raises a finger to argue. He just shakes his head and puts his finger down. Nope, he is not commenting on that.
We've gotten off track.
Oh, 1 second.
Gosh. Oh. Camille was this close to mentioning the gunshot wound.
God! Ugh.
I mean, considering the audience, it would be really funny, but...
Hey, beloveds, we've been going for about 2 hours. Can I get a quick, 5-minute break?
Yeah, no worries.
Go do something?
Yeah, right, I'm gonna make some tea.
Go make some tea.
I love you. I'll be right back.
Love you. Hello, dear audience. Hello. Yeah, this is perfectly very much a AI standard long FPS. We do have a lot of lore to get through. It happens. Comment, beloved, you cannot say shit nor dick about long FPSs. You are part of why AI is like this. Comment. Comment.
Hi, I'm back.
Congrats on the name change.
Thank you. I'm very proud of it.
Very good name.
Nods.
Puppy update. He is orb.
Orb? Orb?
He is orbed.
Ah.
He orbed all over those guys.
God.
Yes, he's spherical.
Spherical!
Spherical! Thank you, Marcy, for the gif.
Oh, we love that. We love that gif. God, I love being in an FPS and then brain rotting over a completely unrelated character.
Did the butterfly man get you again?
Actually, it's redacted. Anyway.
Ah, that's fun. Sometimes redacteds be handing you thoughts.
He hands me thoughts a lot, actually. I just can't say them often because, you know, spoilers.
Redacted.
Yeah.
Okay, so that took a lot longer than expected, but I am back.
Congratulations on the name change.
Oh my... I'm the one who started that, by the way. I am very aware that I'm the one who started that variation. I cannot believe you've done this to me.
I did it to Avi, I have to do it to you.
Okay, what crimes did you commit while I was away?
Mostly just vibing.
Yeah, we've been vibing in silence for the most part. Unrelated character keeps handing me brain rot. It's cool. We're chill.
Mood.
Where were we?
We had gotten off track, so I think now is a good time to get back on track.
Yeah, let us...
'Cause we were talking about Camille not recognizing things.
Yeah.
For a good while.
Yeah.
And we don't need to break the record for longest FPS. I think multiple people will kill us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, so I think being called out enough, Camille's just like, why don't we, get back to, case stuff?
Tome wouldn't say this out loud, but very much handed me the energy. But I can't believe this. You don't want to admit you're traumatized, so you're going to make me relive my trauma? Thanks. No, he would not say that. He would just kind of nod and go, "That, yes, that would be a good idea, wouldn't it?"
Azumi just kind of like frown. But
he looks over and is just, you alright?
No, I was trying to find my words. Don't worry.
There.
And Azumi's just like, this penumbra.
There's a nod.
Do you know exactly what she was after, or is it just something related to these mistids?
It's strange. She described it as a mix of this sort of need, like this longing to be a part of something that mistids were the way to that. But there's also this seeming sort of vengeance involved, this anger for how her life had been up to this point, as if mistids were somehow connected to that. And that was 2 dice. I know what that means.
Oh, guys.
Oh, shit! When you... of all the times I've been purposely on violence.
Oh, no!
Oh, beloved.
Is that a fucking deception?
Yeah.
Okay, I can beat that.
I can beat that.
Oh, thank
Tome!
God.
Tome's busy dealing with his own shit. It's okay.
Yeah. Camille zeroing in on you.
Oh. Oh, that's fun. Because Azumi never told you the specifics of why he was a serial murderer.
Oh boy.
But you do notice that, it's very subtle. But the hand that's not... Because you did let go of him. His hands kind of just start to clench and kind of grip at the fabric of his pants.
Yeah, and Camille frowns a little at that, and the mind link is just, are you alright? Do you need to take a break?
And he kind of just opens one hand and kind of purposefully leaves it open off to the side. Almost like he's supporting himself against the couch. This is not a not so subtle sign to you, Camille, that he kind of would like your hand again.
Yeah, Camille's gonna very gently insert hand to be held.
Oh, beloveds!
And he's just hit a little too close to home. I'll be alright in a minute.
Tome had a nat 1. He's not picking up on the shit. Somebody please tell him to stop talking so we can actually have Azumi self-care for 5 seconds of his life.
No,
Dan.
heart emoji.
Why don't we change topics? Will that help?
And you get like an affirmative through the mind link, and with his other hand he kind of just starts to reach for his notepad again. And he is I'm gonna roll another deception just cause please. Okay, yeah, that's not as disgusting, but as if it fucking matters with your mods.
Can I roll insight on that this time?
Yeah. He's kind of, writing down... Oh, okay.
Boy.
Y'all just like beating him by one. Anyway, if you could tell that he is, like, writing down notes, his own, like, set of notes, trying to get, like, stuff that you're saying, straight so that he has something to look back on that isn't yours, because he doesn't want to take this from you. But he's also doing it because, Tome, something about your answer just made Azumi extremely uncomfortable.
Oh, Tome is very much sweating. We can change subjects. Sorry, I understand. It's... yeah. I don't know the exact reasons. All I know... Sorry, we'll change. Never mind.
Well, vengeance is a rather common motive for murder.
I feel it was a lot more complicated for that than that. I don't think the vengeance was why she murdered. That's the strange part. The vengeance was linked to her need for the Mistids, and her need for the Mistids is what led to the murder, but I don't quite think it was a direct... She quite cared, I think, for Faye. She only spoke good of the girl, but I wish I understood. Me, Spec, trying to understand, since somebody in this audience right now has kept trying to humanize my villain.
Well, sometimes humans are animals, and when they're desperate, they lash out instead of trying to find another way.
I know it's not that hard. It's very much though Spec had an actual mindset for this character, and then Marzi, my absolute beloved, went actually no heart emoji and was very good at the explanation. See, there's heart emoji. It was very good at the explanation, and now I'm trying to remember everything Marzi. When somebody comes in and goes, consider this idea, and it's a very good idea, and you go, good idea, actually.
Oh, you're so valid.
Yeah, me trying to rationalize. Plus, Tome genuinely does not know.
That is true.
All he knows is from that villain monologue. So me trying to summarize that villain monologue without repeating the entire villain monologue.
So valid.
Tome just nods. However, like I said, we should move on. We can take a break. I have some snacks if needed. Could probably find something to do. I know I probably have a puzzle box somewhere around here.
Just the snacks is probably fine.
And Tome's gonna walk over and get some cinnamon rolls and place them down in front of both of you. To no surprise.
Yeah, because Camille figures Azumi probably would not really be doing anything with the puzzle stuff right now.
Yep. He's got that right.
But hey, snacks!
And they're good cinnamon rolls.
Camille probably does grab a cinnamon roll and start very slowly taking small bites out of it.
As I roll a save to see how well he's recovering. Okay, he's recovering just well. Yeah, Azumi just
That's good.
takes a cinnamon roll and he's eating it slowly. Because, yikes! Anyway.
Well, is it my turn to set off the violence?
Do it.
Yeah, I think in sort of a way to look at this case from an angle that very much is not about the vengeance bit, Camille's just going to ask, so, you had mentioned water earlier.
There it is! Sorry.
Yeah.
I had a feeling, but when you said it, I felt multiple of my muses go through every stage of grief at once, along with me. And that was a lot of emotions to hit.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna have to make a whiz. Because Tome is not gonna want to talk about this one willingly. Everything else he's talked about quite willingly. This one is gonna be a little bit of a... Oh, that makes sense.
Oh.
Tome takes in a shaking breath. Yes, the, water. I wish I could explain it, but it's... He kind of gets emotion in his hand. He's taking in a lot of breaths. A lot of deep breaths. Obviously, it's his turn to be let out of it. I love how this is just the three of them passing around the trauma stick.
Oh,
yeah.
we love that.
So far, Camille has not been hit by it.
Mm-hmm. It's he kind of nods to the picture in the middle of the two towers and the island in the water. That's the only place I've ever actually seen it, but it's this water. I can't explain it. It has this very distinct smell, but to my knowledge, it just involves the creature drinking it or the plant being watered with it for the mutations to change, and it can happen instantly or can happen over generations. It's quite random. And there is no guarantee on what will happen. Two creatures of the exact same can be given the exact same amount of water at the exact same time, and they'll turn out completely different.
And Camille's just nodding. I see. Is there anything else we should know about it?
Like I said, don't drink it. It's completely fatal to humans. I don't know what it does, but all I know is I could really set you up for violence. How violent do you want this?
I mean, I think we're already at high angst.
Okay.
Just go for it.
Well, I wish I could say what it does, but me trying to say did and does at the same time and both words coming out. I don't know what it does. After all, we could never find my partner's body afterwards. And he is very much trembling.
There's a little bit of a wince from Camille. He's not hiding that. She's just
Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
You don't have to apologize. I'm sorry for bringing up those memories. Though,
It's part of the case.
if it's as dangerous as you say, it's probably important for us to be able to recognize it, right?
Tome gives a nod. And then he tenses a little. And he stands up. Don't remember who's standing. If you were saying he's sitting for the sake of this. He stands up and steps a few steps back. I can show you it, but I need both of you to stay away and don't react quickly. I cannot let this bottle break.
A nod.
Camille also nods.
We all ready, beloveds?
Yep.
Fumble!
Love how we got a fumble right at this time.
Oh my gosh! Give me strength.
It's your turn.
Give me strength. He pulls out a box. He puts the box back up. We try again. There's very much oh no, not actually. What did he pull out? He pulls out a really big box too, but it seems light. Do you want to make a perception?
Sure.
There.
I love it when my audio picks both of you speaking at the same time. It makes me very happy.
Wow, we got the exact same rolls.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Yeah. You see a little label on the side that says painted portrait. No, not that. Sorry. Okay, it's 5. Gets it or fails? I can't remember. I think you have to get 6 or higher, right?
I think so.
Okay. Let's just get it over with and roll again. No. Okay, no. I thought first, because I was high enough, he could have actually pulled out the water vial, because that is on his fumble chart. Oh, he pulls out another box. This one's just labeled crossbow. He puts that one away a lot faster.
Wow.
This time it
There
works.
we go.
He reaches in.
Another box.
No, this one's not in a box, sadly. He would not risk this getting jostled around by picking up in a box. And he pulls out this vial from his hammer space and holds it up to the light. And you see this iridescent water shimmer like the rainbow. And he holds it very delicately, as if breathing too hard on it would send everything falling apart. I want both of you to see if you can recognize this.
Would that be a history?
Alright.
I don't know.
I'm just gonna roll. Yeah. He doesn't have proficiency in history. That's fine.
How to nerf detectives. That's an 18.
That's a 16.
Considering lore, Fletch, how would you rule these rolls?
Oh, it's in my court. Okay.
The
I
ball.
pick up a ball. I examine it.
I chuck it at you.
Hits me in the face. I fall down in the Family Guy death pose. For Camille, it's definitely not one of his stronger memories, because he, that time sure was a blur, and he doesn't really remember the face, but he does remember that iridescence. For Azumi, yeah, you've seen that kind of iridescence before, but not on water. You've seen it in a different liquid.
Razumi's brow furrows, and as he leans forward and stares kind of intensely at the water.
Tome leans back, holding it it's very obvious he does not trust people around this.
Yeah, no, he's just trying to look at it without actually, touching it.
Realizing this, Tome does bring it a bit closer again. And I want you to roll another perception on me.
Here we go. Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, beloved. We're gonna have to deal with that in a couple of seconds, aren't we?
Yeah, Camille's not leaning forwards to see. Okay, Azumi.
Yeah. I'm making you do this because Tome is not going to be uncapping this, but this is a very important piece of detail. It has a sickly, sweet petrichor scent coming faintly from it. Which, considering it is capped, although, yeah, you can smell things through vials, that's not impossible, especially if it's strong enough. That's still a pretty intense smell, and you can tell, I'm not even making roll whiz, you can tell the longer Tome is holding this, the more he is starting to shake.
Alright, and then...
Anyways, we have a different crisis to deal with. I point at that 12 in the roll zone.
Yeah, Azumi kind of leans back. How's the boy doing?
He's fine. That's a 27.
Bullshit.
I'm rolling insight on that bullshit. Tome!
Hey, you wanna know what he just fucking rolled? Again?
Was it another nat
28.
20?
Oh
God.
my god! It's a gag at this point.
Azumi, sensing that Camille's in distress, give me the nat 20. Yeah, you notice at first that, hey, he doesn't lean forwards with you, which is kind of odd because he was pretty interested in the case up to this point. Yeah, he's having a little bit of a time. He is holding himself together and not quite going into a panic attack, but he is holding on to your hand very, very tightly.
Yeah, and he gives your hand a little squeeze, and through the mind blink, he says, "Alright, now it's my turn to ask if you're alright."
That's familiar, isn't it?
It is. Camille. Your blood looked like that.
Is pressing a little bit into your side. That has a lot of implications right now.
Yeah. He's not going to say anything. He just doesn't want to make this obvious. In fact, I think what he does is roll disgustingly well at stealth. He kind of lets go of your hand, but very, very, as you're pressing against his side, he kind of wraps his arm around you and pulls you in closer.
And he's doing fine as long as he doesn't try to unpack that right now. It is still very much mentally in a box.
Crisis mode.
Yeah, as he's just, I think I can manage for now. Though there's very much the sense that he's, yeah, it's gonna not be pretty later.
Yes, another FPS with the consequences of my actions.
Are you proud of yourself?
You hurt my
No,
boy!
I'm not. Unlike a lot, I don't want to break the kid, because I'm not gonna lie, Tome Muse is handing me. Okay, Tome Muse in the FPS is not handing me this. Tome Muse, the Muse who knows all and sees all, it's handing me the urge to cry right now. So I think he's a little worried about the kid.
Just a little.
Just a little.
Smidge. And I'm having to deal with that in the back of my head. This feeling of wanting to cry.
There's a small shake of the head where he's just, thanks for showing that.
Yeah, I should put it away before it.
To have.
And Tome is shoving it away. Very delicately, but he very much has his hands held tightly together to stop them from trembling.
Are the
We are
cinnamon
all
rolls,
having crises
are
today.
the cinnamon rolls still on the table?
Yes, they are.
Azumi pointedly pushes the plate towards Tome.
Tome is handing me he can't even unclench his hands to grab them. He's fine, though. Let me roll a deception. How you doing, Tome?
You're gonna roll deception against my disgusting boy.
Yeah, never mind. Don't even roll it. Don't even roll it. Don't even roll against it. Don't even roll against it. Tome is very much trying to gather himself. Because, I think Tome, although he cannot pick it up directly, is starting to probably pick up he has upset multiple people this entire FPS, and it is getting to him a little, but he does not want that to show, so he's very much trying to gather himself. He's not gathering himself. Tome is extremely stressed out. He's extremely upset. He has talked about this case a lot. He has not ever talked about it before, and he's processing, and yeah, there's very much this underlying fear still here of you guys are going to drop the case, which he's also hoping you'll drop the case. And he's going through a lot of emotions in one moment, and you can tell it all happened because he saw that liquid, and that liquid has a lot of trauma for him.
Man, I could theoretically make this worse.
Do it.
I think Camille probably, still very much pressed into Azumi's side, is just, if, in theory, if someone were to survive, what do you think would have happened?
Tome kind of blinks at you. Well, I guess it'd be the same thing that happens with all other mystids. Some sort of rapid evolution, something that shouldn't be possible happening. That gives it an advantage some way. But like I said, it's fatal.
Yeah.
Even in all 5 years of my research, I could never find anybody who, well, to be honest, most people don't try. It's not well-known water, and
It's dangerous.
it's dangerous. So there's a reason I cannot stop an entire lake from being found, but I am quite glad most people don't know about it. I am one of the few people who has access to it outside of that lake.
As my boy rolls another stealth. Oh, this one's beatable.
So
Oh
I
boy.
don't quite see you coming in contact with that. Would that be insight or perception? No, it's the same thing for me, actually. Ha
He just wrote down something on his note. I don't think Tome knows Japanese or Yiddish in this scenario. Yeah. I will say, because you did get a high enough, you did get like a 22. That's really good. I don't care what your modifiers are. It's not so much that he's trying to keep this, like, secret. Oh, okay, how do I put this into words? As I put my head in hands.
Avi voice, it's beatable. Avi, I don't like that it got beat.
Yeah,
this meant lightheartedly and effective.
It's Azumi that doesn't like the fact that it got beat. And he's he's fuming at me. Anyway, it's not like he plans on trying something. It's more like, hey, something about this is confusing to him. And it looks like a note to self to check something else later.
Tome is very much looking at that and tensing a lot. You won't be able to get access to this water.
No, I doubt that.
Please do. If you ever find someone who has it, let me know. I need to keep this away from people before others get hurt.
Inspector, may I be crass for a second?
Go ahead. And there's very much a stiffening of Tome as he prepares for whatever you're about to say.
Well, at least he gave you a warning.
Yes, thank you, because we saw how the last FPS went when there was no warnings involved.
Yeah, and he just goes, you seem to have the absolute terrible habit of putting the weight of the world on your shoulders.
You little...
No,
Oh my
that's not
God.
Azumi. That's not Azumi. That's Arata. Anyway.
He better... Okay. I'm about to say, if he is being a hypocrite again, I will personally... Okay. Good. Okay. Tome very much blinks and before he shakes his head and goes, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
You just told both Camille and I, point blank, that you can't allow anybody else to come into contact with this.
Well, it's not like a lot of people are involved, and quite personally, the only other people involved I do not think need to be handling this. Yep, not including you, but I would not ask that of either of you. One of you needs to leave the case eventually, and the other's just a child. To expect that of either of you would be selfish and, honestly, not responsible of me.
You're being selfish either way.
I think Camille's gonna be mind link boy for just a bit longer as he's like, that sounds a lot like me.
And Azumi just, indeed.
Yeah.
I love them so much. Camille voice, is this what it's like to watch you call me out?
He's glad that he's past that.
Tome is very much giving me setting his jaw defensive walls up. I'm sorry. He is doing this to me.
And rather than trying to make a blatant attack towards you, because again, this man has a passive insight of 25.
Yeah, you can read him pretty well right now.
Yeah. Rather than doing that, he could pick you apart like nobody's business. And he just
Tome's
says...
aware.
He just says, you've been going at this alone for 5 years. Think you ought to owe yourself a break. At least, just this once. And
I am. I'm allowing you two on the case.
good. And I apologize that I won't be on the case for very long.
Do not. I'm not arguing to it. It keeps you safer, in my opinion, but still. Tome, who does not know why Azumi will not be on the case for long.
Yeah.
Man.
And Azumi just kind of gives Tome a pointed look, like, that's exactly what he's talking about, buddy.
Detective Azumi.
Inspector Tome.
Oh, don't do this. You're gonna make his... He was calming down.
Okay, fine. I retract that.
No,
then.
keep it. No. We accept our consequences. No, if you actually want to retract it, you can't, but I'm telling you... Okay. Detective Azumi. I understand why you feel this way. And I have agreed to let other people on my case because I am quite aware that people do not think I am capable of doing this on my own. And I will be honest, I do not have any reason to tell them they're wrong. It's been 5 years and I still don't have this murderer caught. But to ask me to willingly put others' lives at risk when I've already had one person die for me, and I've almost had others. Almost had another. To ask me to expect that my life... No. I understand you think I am being selfish and stupid, but I am quite...
If I may interrupt you, that is not what I was talking about at this moment. I am telling you that I think you deserve rest. You can come back to this
This
case.
is my rest. No. I can't. I've wasted enough time. He says this with very much determination. If the longer I drop this case, the harder it is to find her. I have to stay up to date with it constantly. Every lead I can get on her, in the hopes that I can find where she's going to be next and catch her.
Take it from somebody who's done something very similar. For 15 years. This will break you.
Tome is not gonna... Tome very much starts to say something and then remembers Camille is here, and he kind of gives a glance to the kid and just sets his jaw and looks away.
And...
Tome voice, I am not breaking in front of Camille.
Perhaps that was a bit harsh of me. I'm sorry.
Do not apologize, Detective Azumi. I'm glad you're honest with me and do not lie to my face. It is something I can respect. Although I do not like what you say, I would much rather have someone being honest and saying things that I either don't agree with or don't want to hear, than someone who is willing to lie to my face to convince me that they are on my side.
And he kind of glances back towards your notes, specifically towards the picture of Penumbra Pathfinder, and he's thinking about what you said about him, about her pretending and feeding you false information, and he kind of sighs, and he says, "Oh God, how do you word this? No, you're not wording it like that, buddy."
Oh boy.
I love that. How do you... No, not that. Anyway. It was the instant follow-up that got me.
Yeah, and he's just, as the baby starts playing on his little keyboard right now, he's just, well, a real detective searches for the truth. And he's saying this as an insult to Penumbra.
There is actually a genuine soft laugh from Tome. It's tired, but it's genuine. Gods, he hasn't laughed about this case in a while, ever. Yes, I probably should have... There's a lot I could have changed about what I did, and I sometimes... No, I often know if I had done things different. But you're right, that, no, she wasn't a real detective. Tome! Nope, we're not saying that line. Not saying that. That's a little angsty. That's a little angsty, Tome. I say it high FPS. Tome just handed me the line, and neither am I. And I'm like, we're doing a bit better, Tome. Do we need to say this right now? We're gonna make a whiz. Actually, we're gonna make a whiz. We're gonna see how his mental state's doing. How are we doing, Tome? How are we doing? Oh, me expecting the dice to be decent thanks to the modifier. The dice going no, actually.
Man.
Okay, beloveds, how violent do you want me to get?
Just go for it.
I love how
Slay us.
we're at this point we're just laying our head on the tables, just like accept the violence. And I guess frankly, I'm not either at this point, but no, you're right. Yeah, she wasn't, and that I am glad that you are, and that you are seeking the truth. It's good to see people willing to find the truth no matter what, even if it does seem impossible or unlikely.
Everybody say thank you to
I hope
Clash
he has a
Star
lot
Advantage.
of so. Oh, 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 oh,
Oh god.
Thank you for that advantage. Oh,
We avoided a nat 1.
So, yeah. Azumi just kind of nods and he leans forward to grab another cinnamon roll. Because, oh boy, he sure did say something, huh? But he does kind of lean back and gives you a moment to, like, calm down a little bit.
Tone is, I'm gonna be honest, I think he may be entering his own crisis mode because he's kind of giving me no distinctive emotions.
Man.
I'm genuinely getting nothing other than okay, I have to put my regularly scheduled joke in here. Sad poor little meow meow vibes right now.
Yeah. And I think actually before Azumi takes a bite, he does say, Maki, please stop. Maki, I can hear
Kitty
you.
crying.
Stop.
Maki voice, I demand to be in the FPS.
Alright, thank you. Anyway, as I drop the fucking dice again. He does say, thank you for taking the time to discuss this with us, Inspector. I don't exactly have many other follow-up questions right now. And he gives a glance to Camille as if to ask if he does.
Yeah, Camille sort of shakes himself out of it a little bit as he's just, I don't really have anything either. I'll let you know if I think of any.
There's a nod from Tome. Of course. Do your best to not let it be known. Penumbra does know things like code and stuff like that. Well, I don't quite think she knows the level we do. And he kind of, there's this soft smile as he thinks about the fact that, hey, he knows thieves' can't now.
Oh.
But I know that she is quite good at intercepting messages. So, but yes, if you ever have any other questions, do let me know. And, I'm sorry I kept you so long. Thank you again for even just listening. And like I've said since the beginning, if for any reason you do wish to drop, I completely understand. I would not be upset with it. Be quite the logical response to all of this.
That sure was something you just handed me, huh, Azumi?
Oh boy.
So, there's a fucking metaphor I'm thinking of, and I can't do it justice because I didn't write it out. But it's the mental equivalent of hand. It's not a mental equivalent. It's essentially a mirror of handcuffing yourself to someone else to prove that, hey, we're in this together now.
Oh.
Because Azumi has a very, let's say, unhealthy worldview.
Yeah.
We've picked up that vibe sometimes. Yeah. He kind of gives the vibe of it sometimes. Just sometimes, though.
Just sometimes. Unfortunately, Azumi is the kind of person who believes that in order to get something, you have to give something in return.
Oh,
buddy.
Yeah.
Tome, who has the opposite worldview, which is I have to give everything and expect nothing in return.
Yeah.
They're a very healthy combination, and they're totally not on the two extremes of the spectrum, with neither of them actually being healthy.
Yeah. Anyway.
It's okay. Normally they do have a child who can help rein them in, though right now he's on his own crisis.
Yeah.
Why pass around the crisis stick when you can all hold it at the exact same time?
Yeah. And
Fine.
Azumi kind of just tilts his head a little bit as if considering what Tome just said. And he finishes the rest of the cinnamon roll that he picked up and started eating. Before he just, asks, do you mind if I shift gears?
There's a pause before Tome nods. Do whatever you wish.
It's in regards to, well, it's somewhat related to the fact that I won't be on the case for very long.
Tome looks up at you. Confused, obviously.
Yes. And, he dips his head again like he's once again trying to figure out how to word it. But eventually he just settles and he picks up again and he says, the reason why I won't be able to stay on the case for very long is because I intend to go back to Yedo to fulfill a promise. And I cannot go into details why.
There's a nod.
It's a personal sort of situation, unfortunately. But I do not know when, if at all, I'll be able to return to Inkwell. That said, Inspector. And he kind of pauses, and there's a bit of a fraction of a second there was a bit of a smirk before he just, there is a personal case of my own that I've been looking into, but, well, once I go back to Yedo, I won't be able to look into it any further. I was wondering if you would mind picking it up for me.
That I can do. And Tome doesn't even hesitate.
Yeah, Camille's definitely looking up at Azumi in a little bit of a surprise, and is just Are you sure you want to do that?
Does he say that out loud?
No, through the mind link.
Okay, thank goodness.
Not like he doesn't believe Tome is capable, but more
No,
like, do you...
No, I, player, understand. It was Tome who does not have the context I, player, have that I was worried about.
Fair. He was just a little, protective.
And Azumi...
As you should be over your bro worker.
And Azumi simply just says, well, if he expects us to leave, I'll have to prove that I don't want to, and therefore I am striking a deal.
Azumi, that's not healthy!
Yeah, it's just, he's squinting at Azumi like, you're... Shiro? We call this asking for help.
I'm sorry, holy shit, that just hurt me! The Discord mic did not pick it up, but my god, my recording just heard me like absolutely die for about 5 seconds!
He said that we call this asking for help, and I'm just dying here.
All of us one-shotted in a single line.
Yeah. Why is that what you handed me in response? Okay, Azumi just kind of does that, like, kind of older sibling thing where he kind of just shoves your head a little bit.
Aww.
Oh.
Siblings, Your Honor. Just don't call them that to their face.
Don't call them that to Azumi's face, specifically.
Yeah.
And Azumi just kind of crosses his arms. And he's smirking as he says that, but he says, well, you rather pick that up rather fast without even knowing what it is. Ah, fuck! I dropped my dice again! It's fine. Spec?
I'm here. Did you say something to me?
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were saying something to the Camille.
No.
I'm so sorry.
No.
Please repeat, because I need to understand where I got lost in translation then.
Alright. He's crossed his arms, and he is smirking at you when he says this, and he says, you rather pick that up rather fast, and it's despite not even knowing what it is.
Well, you need help. I'm willing to help. He kind of tilts his head. Hi, Azumi. I present you somebody who feels like it. I'm starting to realize thinks it's his duty to help every single person he can meet.
Yeah, he shares that with Camille, who kind of just tilts his head a little, like, Tom is a little bit of a bleeding heart.
I am not. I'm not that bad.
Oh no, you are absolutely not the worst case I've seen.
Tome's just blinking. Me looking at how he even met his partner. Oh, you absolutely are. But still, Tome is just blinking.
I simply look at the fact that Azumi knows Arata, savior of the world, Satomi.
Yeah.
And savior of the world and never asked for a thank you, Satomi.
Yeah, he also knows Camille would tried to save the life of someone who was trying to kill him not even 30 seconds before.
You say this, Tome is not... I don't think Tome's that bad. He's bad, but...
Yeah, he's
It's
bad,
quite
but not
Camille
the
level.
worst case.
Okay. That's why he's just blinking a couple times like... But I simply wish to help. It's the least I can do. And you deserve... I understand the importance of personal cases, and if you won't be able to pick it back up, well, there's no point in leaving a case unsolved, is there?
Exactly. Well, I suppose we consider this a mutual debriefing of cases.
Indeed.
I am currently looking into the mysterious revival of a certain individual who had been dead for 2 years.
Oh, Tome is absolutely perking up.
Yeah. Camille
What do you
is
mean?
probably still leaning very much into Azumi, but more so this
hang on.
time more trying to be comforting than seeking comfort.
Me looking at the time, I'm proud of us. We're doing good at this. I say at the 3-hour mark of an FPS.
Fine.
I'm just, yeah, this is a normal length FPS. Absolutely. This is totally us doing good and not being feral. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, we did expect Azumi to do this in some capacity.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I know. I had to make the joke though because I was looking at the time and I'm like, wow, this is a. I feel like we would have been going longer by now. Because I'm not gonna lie, I was absolutely expecting a 4-hour FPS out of this.
Yeah. And you asked him, what does he mean?
I don't remember, but we can go with that. Either way, Tome actually is perked up.
And Azumi just simply goes, well, there's very little to go on. And he sighs at that.
There's a laugh as he kind of nods to the boards. Nothing I'm not used to.
All I know is that upon their revival, this individual had been under the effect of a modified geas, if you're familiar with that spell.
I'm gonna make a... Is that Arcana?
Arcana.
Yeah, let me roll Arcana for Tome. And I, the Spec player, am asking if you can... That's a 17. Can
Right.
send the spell because I, the player, don't know this.
Oh, it is
That
a very
like a
nasty spell. Just
Oh,
saying.
it is so nasty.
It is a charm spell. Hang on. Let me... Alright. It is a 5th level spell, by the way.
That's probably why I have yet... Correction, I have one character who can reach 5th level spells, but that NPC is a very different kind of problem. Actually, based on how disgusting this is, I might have to find a way to give this to him.
Oh boy.
Alright, for the audience, as I read this out loud, you place a magical command on a creature that you can see within range, forcing it to carry out some service or refrain from some action or course of activity as you decide. The creature can understand you and must succeed a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you for the duration. While the creature is charmed by you, it takes 5d10 psychic damage each time it acts in a manner directly counter to your instructions. but no more than once each day. And,
Holy shit.
the duration is 30 days. The spell can be ended by an action, or by remove curse, greater restoration, or wish spell.
Me looking at one of the classes that can get this. Interesting. Anyways, that's a different level of violence. Anyways, holy shit. Yeah. You see Tome absolutely stiffen.
Mm-hmm. And Azumi brings a hand up. And he said, however, this geas was modified. I do not know how this was achieved, but somehow this geas was not intended to cause harm.
There's definitely a blinking at that. That's not normally a spell you use. Well, that's not normally a spell used in the kindest ways.
No. That's why this is odd.
There's a nod.
And it doesn't appear as any known revival spell was exactly used. It must have been through magical means, because there were traces of it even months after his revival. That said, though, there was an, I suppose, odd sort of signature left behind by whoever cast these spells.
Mm-hmm. Tome's acts, like, Tome has gone from, like, any sort of, like, toonish kind of rule of funny. He is absolutely looking at you seriously right now. This is full-on private inspector. Private investigator mode. Nope, inspector's someone else.
And, he says...
He doesn't,
Oh.
You go, sorry.
Oh, he says... Oh, how did he describe it? It was... Are you familiar with microphone feedback?
There's actually a soft laugh. Yes, I'm gonna assume he is. I Spec player, I'm saying, because I look at his patron.
No, that's
there's
fair.
a soft laugh. A little.
And Azumi nods, and he says, the only reason these spells were found was because somebody had managed to cast Identify on this individual. And, well, while he was casting Identify, he heard something that sounded directly similar to microphone feedback.
I, the player, by the way, who knew none of this before this right now, am looking at you very intently.
Wiggles.
Man.
Wiggles.
Also, how much of this is news to Camille?
I feel like after spending, 2 months? A month in the I almost said hotel. That's not what it was. The hospital.
He stayed there long enough. It could have been one.
After spending a month in the hotel, in the
Hospital.
Discord leave call sound effect. After spending a month in the hospital, I think Camille would know about this because, hey, Azumi trusts you.
Man, I still have a regular amount of emotions over that, which is to say many.
I do a heart emoji.
And
And, well, Azumi tells you that much.
Tome's not laughing, by the way.
This is the start of Spec's Joker arc.
First it was Wiz last night. Now it's this. What is he? Anyways. Yes, this is fine. This is very interesting information. I, the Spec, the player, am learning along the way. That, by the way, this meant all very lightheartedly. Whew. See, I say this lighthearted because I genuinely love finding these stuff out live instead of ahead of time. But, am I looking at both of you? Because I know you're both involved in this now. Yeah, I'm gonna be in your DMs later, just you wait. Anyways.
You're in our DMs now!
I'm gonna be even more fair with it. Anyways. There will be consequences to your actions, lighthearted, affectionate. Tome is very much listening to this. And also, Tome voice, if I had a nickel for every case I knew where whenever I tried to investigate magic, a voice talked in my head, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but wow, do I have case types.
Yikes. Committing cat crimes? Yes, you are committing cat crimes. Do not knock that over. Thank you. Do not step on my Okay, thank you.
Let Maki step on the keyboard. Give Maki keyboard rights.
No,
Anyways.
She apparently just wants to take a nap on my blanket.
Good. Tome is processing this information, very much so, and kind of nods. Alright then. Okay. Well, I have to ask. I'll DM it because this is going to decide if Tome would know something.
I sit here, smiling.
Okay. This makes I, the player, more concerned, but at least it lets me know before I, roll that. Okay. Tome is, gonna be honest, very confused, but he's absolutely invested already. Well, You spoke of this person who was casted on, so you know him personally?
Oh, I should hope so. You're speaking directly to him.
Well, I need a whiz save. Hold up. I need the whiz save. Hold up.
There's just a small sigh from Camille. It's just
Hold
like,
up. Hold up, I'm rolling at a disadvantage.
You really had to wait for the dramatic reveal like that?
Holy shit.
Maybe the
I'm the Spec. The player had a feeling, but hearing it so bluntly, I think no, I'm ignoring both of those rolls, because I don't even know how to flavor those rolls. No, I am just handing you a Tome! Freeze frames, first of all. And the most shocked look he could give. You broke Tome.
It's just like, you really had to be that dramatic about it?
Maybe the too nausea's been rubbing off on me.
Tome! Hi, both Spec. Well, live Spec reaction. Spec, and Spec. Wait, no, Tome. Holy shit! Holy shit! No. Here's the thing. I was going, no, this can't be Azumi. But I don't think this is Arata. Wait, who is this? I'm going through every person you've ever mentioned. I'm going through the list. It's like that. I don't even know how it goes. That music where everybody's like running really fast and all that. That was like, holy shit.
Hi audience, how you feeling?
We sure do be feeling, I think.
I sit here with immense joy. How you doing, Spec? You good?
This is Tome as well. We're both just... I think we're in shock a bit. Taking a sip of my water here. Whew. I'm just gonna go up to the general and go, no context for current FPS, but holy shit. I'm sorry, I need a moment, okay? You did it. Holy shit. I'm very happy to have found this out live. It's very nice. It's quite an enjoy. I mentioned that before. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of lightheaded, actually. Take a moment. Can we take a 5-minute break for me to actually process?
Yeah.
Holy shit! We're gonna have a 4-hour FPS. I am not letting you go on that note.
No, I did not expect you to.
I love you both. I'm going to hard cut us at 4 hours because I refuse to be worse than that.
No, that is fair. If we did another 5 hours, I would die.
I would die and I'm taking you all down with me. Little man.
Oof. Like, that actually, like, genuinely let me know if that was, like, too much.
I think you were fine. Just... the absolute hilarity.
Azumi's been in Inkwell too long, he has to be a little dramatic.
He's got it. He's earned it.
It was between you're speaking directly at him, or I should hope so, I am he.
God. Both are very fun and dramatic.
God. Ugh. Azumi voice, I've been having a mental spiral for the past several months. I deserve a little bit of fun.
That you do.
Okay, I, Spec, the player, return. I want you to know, I walked to the bathroom and I saw my face in the mirror, and I can only describe that as the face of somebody whose entire life just got turned upside down.
God, you're valid.
Like, it was the Toonish level eyes wide open, the smile just slightly curled up. Like, yes, no. Wiz was an entirely different experience, because Wiz was, I had all these plans, I had so many theories, and they just got destroyed, and it was great. It was wonderful. I loved it. For anybody who listened to that game, it was wonderful because I got to genuinely like. It's fun whenever your theories get destroyed and you get to like re-experience this thing and look at everything from different directions. This is Spec had no theories. This whole time I've been wondering about the Azumi lawyer, but I did not question. I did not push. I figured you share it when you were ready to share it. And holy shit, did you just share it?
Hi. Yeah. Welcome to being bearer of the curse.
I'm gonna be in your DMs later. Anyways, I did overhear Fletch will be cutting us off hard at 4 hours because they are a coward who will not let me fulfill my dream of a 6-hour
They
FPS.
game
For legal reasons,
to
this
write
is a joke.
that is going to be run at noon tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Also, this is meant lighthearted.
Yeah, okay.
I just like to make my reactions very much over the top.
Same. Okay, it's fine. This is fine. I'm fine. Anyways, Tome is processing stuff again, at least. Maybe because I spec in processing stuff. We don't know. You quite literally broke both of us in one hit, so very good job on that part. Whew. Tome kind of processes all of that, and he just blinks a couple of times. I see.
I can't believe you were that dramatic about it, Shiro.
That sure is a plot twist. Are you sure you I had to do the reference to earlier. It was too good of a situation. Are you sure you're not half-tuned?
I'm pretty sure I would know.
I would... Wow. Gods above, wow. Okay. Forgive me for my reaction. That is not quite professional of me. I'm sorry.
No, it's quite understandable considering, one, the way I handed this information to you, and two, the information I have just handed to you.
I am absolutely not dropping this case now. I hope you do realize, unless you quite literally tell me to. And I have many concerns right now as to why you cannot be involved in your own case. However, I very much will figure it out for you. Detective Azumi, I know this may seem quite... I don't know even how to word it, but I do have to ask with this information. I'm so sorry. He is handing me this line and he refused to back off. Are you all right?
Take a moment and think on the information I've handed you and try to come to your own conclusion.
I have my own conclusion. I figured it was be polite to ask.
I mean, at least he's admitting that no, he's not.
Tome very much was going to make sure he admitted that. You thought he was bad with Camille, who had minor. Wait, something just dawned on Tome. It just processed. There is a moment where he freezes and he goes, "You've died?"
Yes. I suppose since you are on the case, it would be beneficial for you to know. Specifically, I was the victim of a murder.
Tome is just giving me a 1,000-yard stare towards the ground. He is not upset with you. Oh my gods, he is not upset with you. But I love Tome. He is a Toon and he will have Toonish reactions.
I love Tome so much. Azumi's just an asshole.
Tome right now is going through it, learning this information, trying to process why is Azumi so calm? Why is Azumi so calm? You were very calm about this.
He is like that.
I'm starting to realize most of the things about him that concern or confuse me, you will just respond with he's like that.
Compartmentalizing does take one very far.
The gallery is not wrong, by the way, with the picture they sent of what Tome's. That is quite literally what he's giving me in my head.
One Lisa Simpson reaction picture.
Tome is just standing there. You've done this to him. I cannot believe this. Tome just kind of stands there with this 1,000-yard stare. I see.
And before you ask, no, I do not believe the culprit of the revival is the same one as the murderer.
Okay, good information.
That man is currently rotting in a jail cell in Yado.
I'm quite glad. Tome not saying out loud, I think I might actually punch someone if I ever meet them.
You and so many people.
So many people.
Tome joining the line.
Yeah, right now Camille is very much leaning into Azumi.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a little something because you're passive insight. You know how he's tucked? You're kind of tucked under his arm and into his side. He does pull you in closer.
Oh, emotional support, little brother.
Yeah. But that is... Oh my god, Azumi, are you going to say his name?
Me looking at you?
And he says, no, Matsuyoshi Endo is not the kind of person who would have done that. Especially not to me. In any case, that is the extent of my knowledge on this case. Admittedly, not a lot, but paradoxically, a lot.
Tome is nodding. With this information, I will say, especially because it is such a personal case, if you do ever want me off of it, I will not hesitate, because I do respect and I quite understand not wanting. Yes, Tome is trying to word. He is still very much in shock.
Inspector?
Yes?
I do not know when, if at all, I will return.
There's a nod.
I would like for you to stay on the case.
Then that I will.
Mm.
And I will very much do all in my power to figure it out.
And he...
There's a soft laugh. And I know, though you say there is not much to go on, I will say you have given me two things that give me quite a bit of hope. One, there is not a lot to go on, and two, this is by all means impossible. So it is, it seems, quite exactly my genre of the case.
It does seem like we all are looking into the impossible.
Inkwell is funny like that. Or I guess not even Inkwell.
This did
God.
happen in Yedo.
It did. The
Which
world.
is primarily a real kind country, so yes, that makes it even stranger.
Okay. Tome. Okay, Tome. I'm gonna DM you what Tome just handed me, because this would set stuff up.
Oh?
Oh boy.
I simply nod.
Do you want me to say it?
Yeah.
Well, then in that case, I never quite been outside Inkwell, besides the towers. But it seems I may have to go to Yedo myself for this case. Obviously, it's not Inkwell. It's not my usual theories of plot or something like that, since I know it is not as heavily involved outside of Inkwell, especially since this is neither Toon logic or tropes either. So, very much we'll probably have to visit Yedo at some point in order to make sure I can figure this case out. There is a small laugh from Tome too. Maybe I will have to take that break you're making me take.
I hardly consider going to another country to investigate a different case of break, but alright.
It's better than my other plan, which was to keep staying here working on my case. And there is a pointed look.
I guess that's fair.
Wait a second, something just dawned on Tome. Tome,
Oh.
I love how Tome is like processing stuff very slowly, and so that's where you're getting my random statement. So you might want to say something, because Tome is definitely going to be talking to you in a second, Camille.
Yeah. Camille kind of shifts a bit, like, I am now's as good a time to bring it up as any, so I am planning on going with Shiro to Yedo. And I mean, I won't be staying there the whole time with him, considering how long it might be, but
There is...
Tome is crossing his arms.
There is a group of individuals who will be joining me on my return, one of which is an acquaintance of mine. His name is Arata Satomi, and his brother.
Should I roll to see if Tome would know about it for the sole purpose of lives in Toontown and probably has gone to
and he has gone to where Arata were.
Yeah, Arata wasn't there, but should I roll and see if he went back after that?
Yeah.
What would that be?
That would be a history, my beloved.
Sorry, my brain went. I swear, Tome recognizes this person. Okay, I don't think
it is familiar for a reason you cannot place.
Tome does a double blink at that name, but doesn't interrupt.
Azumi files that away for later.
I mean, Azumi, he does live in Toontown.
Yeah. Oh no, that's fair. That's fair. And Azumi says, "Well, both of them are looking into the situation as well. If you tell Satomi that I specifically requested your help, he will understand. Who else? Oh,
I imagine
Tome just handed me the line he was assuming that Azumi was gonna just say he wouldn't believe you.
No. So I think Camille's. I imagine that Leo probably has to come as well if I'm going. I don't think he'd be able to survive me leaving for such a long amount of time.
Tome, realizing what's about to happen, Camille, don't you do this to me. He doesn't say it out loud, but she's very much a look of don't you use my two kids against me right now, Camille. Don't I see what you're doing. You're trying to pull me on a road trip. Don't do this to me, Camille. It's very
and Azumi's like, well, yes, I suppose if that's the case. But, oh. He says, the only other person that knows of the case would be the professor.
The professor might make some things regarding travel a bit easier.
I suppose I'll have to discuss that with him, but later.
The professor?
He's
Tome looking at you in confusion.
An acquaintance of both of ours. He's rather... And he pauses. And he tries to come up with several ways he can describe the professor, and he just settles on...
Tome is...
rather, let's say, nosy for someone who is not a detective.
Oh. And there is a notable amount of disgust on Tome's face. Please do tell me his last name is not Pathfinder.
He does not have a last name.
Oh, thank goodness. There is an audible amount of relief. I swear to the gods above if that man got involved in this. You have never seen Tome notably annoyed with someone until this moment, but gods, does Tome look like he could fight a bitch right now?
Wonderful. I think mentally Camille is going to go like, it might be good to have the ellipsis considering I am legally non-existent.
Right. And that's over the mind leak as well.
I'm so glad both of those are over the mind leak. Tome right now just going, yes. Professor Pathfinder. All my homies hate Professor Pathfinder. He's very distracted, just going, yes. A good professor. That is quite nice. Does not even notice this conversation happening right in front of him.
And beloved.
Keep talking, beloveds.
And
keep conversing among your lobos.
And Azumi is just but oh dear gods, I'm gonna have to tell Detective Moria. Oh, and he puts his head in his hands.
There is definitely
a pat.
Oh, I know the feeling of having to talk to Detective Moria, but, I think she will be understanding. if anything, I can be there. We have gotten to know each other some.
Yes,
He kind of gives a small laugh.
You said you've been rooming together after what happened.
Yeah, Yes, Tome very much is. Yes, that was a day. That was sure a day. Tome internally think about how he hotwired a car. Yes, no. So if you do need someone to act as a sort of in between, although I have started to realize the little detective, and he gives a little look at Camille, seems to be quite interested in doing that for many people. Me thinking about the other FPS Camille has to be in between for. So I can also understand if you would rather have him. I will admit, he does tend to help diffuse the situation some. A pointed look of, you use baby face on us.
Camille just, well, I mean,
Don't come up with an excuse. You did that for the both of us earlier.
Yes. That is exactly how you got us to talk in the first place, which I'm not arguing to it. I'm very glad I'm talking to you, Detective Azumi. However, that does not change the fact that you... Just very much this starts shifting into dad tone.
I mean, it was to help.
Tone voice manipulation is not the key to helping people, Camille. He does not say that. Tone voice. I understand it was to help. Like I said, very glad. Nazumi, very glad I'm helping you. Very glad I'm talking to you. You're quite decent and not at all. Well, I mean, you're still just as grumpy as I expected, but you're not as cold and nosy and heartless as I was worried you'd be. Nods to the picture of Penumbra. You can see why I have those fears. But the point is, you still did. No, we're not having. No, we're not having this. We're focusing. I'm focusing on Detective Azumi right now. We will be discussing your behavior about this later.
Oh, delightful.
Man. I sit here knowing exactly why Camille pulled those stops out. Don't worry about it.
Sighs.
Don't worry about it, says Fletch. All of us.
He kind of just sighs like, well, it was to help. Again.
You keep saying that.
You get a pat on the head.
That's enough excuses, Camille. Gentle pat on the shoulder. The two of them. I love how the two of them only get along when it comes to just either bullying or praising Camille. Well, I mean, they get along for other stuff, but just the joint.
Very fun. But, man.
Anyways, you were saying, Fletch? Oh, or Avi, whoever.
I don't really know.
Well, in that case, unless Fletch has something to say, I see typing. Oh.
Yeah.
I hold Camille so gently. Anyway.
Love it.
He's just a little baby. He's not ready to face that yet.
I know. He's so valid for that. Tome very much sighs. Well. Oh, yes! The realization he had, you distracted him for a little bit, but he is back on it. He turns to Camille. Actually, before I move on from most things, and why we're still talking about the Azumi case, Camille, did you already know about this? Because you were being quite calm for just finding out that... Detective Azumi, Tome, don't say bro worker, has died.
Well,
I
we kind of spent a lot of time together, and I did find some things out. My own investigations.
Of course you would investigate stuff like this. It's meant affect. You can hear the affectionate tone in his voice.
Well, you
Gods.
could say I thought it could have applied to my own personal case.
I can see why, and I very much am starting to become curious about your case, but no, don't worry. No. Tone voice, I will not be asking him what his personal case is. We will let him tell me in time. Rule number 57 on the Rules 101 of how to parent. Let's.
Oh my god.
Iconic.
Tone voice, according to rule number 2, just starts quoting. It's important to the community. Okay, from the gallery, Rule 57, trust your child to come to you with their problems. If you pry, they'll get defensive. Thank you, gallery. I part of me is now tempted post this FPS to just go, I need 100 rules to randomly roll for Tome to quote.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Anyways.
Yeah, kind of just gives you a bit of a strange smile, like, that's... Maybe I'll tell you at some point.
Take your time. And there is actually a genuine look in his face. You know I'll be here. He has reined in the dad around Azumi for a whole, checks the time, almost 4 hours. He is allowed to have one dad moment in this FPS.
I don't think Azumi clocks in that this is a dad moment.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
But it's also a little sad, but anyway.
Man.
We'll throttle you later.
Speaking of time, I did make a promise.
Yeah.
We will be cutting it off. Yes, okay. Yes, I understand, but
I mean, I don't really have anything else.
Yeah, no. I do have stuff to wrap it up. If we are ready.
Yeah, let's do the wrap up.
Okay. Tome very much takes this information. Because you have answered his last question, which was how do you know about this? And goes, okay, well, in that case, I do not wish to intrude, but if you would not mind, I would come along with you on this trip, and perhaps, as you say, there are other people there who know about the case. I'm starting to realize I am probably one of the last people to know about this case, out of this group. It's meant to very lightheartedly. I should note that he is joking. So, but if you do not mind, I would wish to go along. Tome internally, I don't want to leave my boys alone. I'm attached.
And Azumi nods. And he says, in that case, let me get you in contact with Satomi. He's the one who is trying to gather everyone for the trip. But if you're not able to leave with us on the day of, I do believe he does have a backup plan of some sort.
There is definitely a nod. And I'm sorry, I'll have him ask this question in a second, because he did hand me, I have one concern about this, Spec.
Oh boy.
And it's not the concern you're thinking of. It's not angst, I promise.
Okay. And Azumi flips to a blank page in his notepad because he still had that out, because of course he did. And he writes down, I guess this is going to give Arata a plot
50?
device. Finally.
Oh.
He writes down a phone number, and writes down, Arata's name, and then he writes down another phone number. You want to know what it is? It's for the last one in...
Can I roll history on that one?
Yeah.
I'll have Camille roll, I think, since they were there together. Yeah.
Tome can't afford takeout.
They literally went there together.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you see, the call means that you're gonna deliver. I love you, beloved. Do you think... I point at Tome's current fridge situation. That is all there because of Pritch. No, he ate out because you needed to eat out, not because he...
Fair.
Well,
this explains the not knowing Arata earlier.
To be fair, Camille, Azumi has mentioned that Arata works at the last one in before.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a 22 on his history, so I assume he can probably recognize it.
Yes.
And he was just like, we've been there before. Thankfully without too much incident, but...
We have? And he tilts his head.
Yeah, the, hammer space incident.
Oh, you see Tome stiffen. Oh, the hammer space incident. Well, at least I know where to find this, Satomi.
Azumi is once again just, that sounds like a story and a half. Anyway.
Yeah, Real's just like, I'll tell you later, through the mind link.
Tome is very much giving the look of he does not wish to talk about that. He's more willing to talk about the case than that.
Man.
Tome voice, I'm not talking about where I realized that I was gonna have to adopt this kid eventually. Anyways. In that case, Tome does hold up his final question. I do have to ask, and he kind of rubs the back of his neck very awkwardly. How much will this cost? I point at Tome. He has very normal concerns, Your Honor. He wants to know if he needs to start saving up.
And Azumi kind of, takes a deep breath and, he says, well, depending on whether or not the professor agrees and whether or not you'll be there for that day, hopefully not at all. But if something does occur, and then Azumi kind of
figure it out.
Yeah, Azumi just kind of sighs and rubs a hand against his face. He's kind of annoyed.
I'm sorry.
No, he says, no, it's not you. Satomi is close friends with one of the richest people in Yedo.
Boys, you know people with money?
And it would not surprise me if she would offer to pay for whatever you would not be able to.
Tome is very much having mixed feelings on this because I don't like taking money from people, but also I am very broke and small. Tone voice, I am very tall and stressed out, and I'm very tall and have no money. You can imagine the kind of stress I'm under.
God.
Man.
Tone very much nods and goes, all right, then? Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, as long as you never have any wish for me not to be there, I will be there.
Mm-hmm.
And I will figure this out for you. And he kind of nods before he glances over at the boards and then glances over somewhere where you can see the time. I have kept you both for quite long enough. I am certain Leo is probably worried. And he moves to cover up the boards and start moving them back into the little corner. They go back to the Lord Jail. Thank you for just listening.
Thank you for letting us listen.
There's a
definitely
nod.
keep our eyes out for information.
Just don't go pursuing it. I don't know how far this goes with the Mystics. I am starting to realize more people may know about them than I thought. But especially with Penumbra still out there, don't risk yourself. She is cruel and has very little forgiveness for those who get in her way.
Understand.
There's a nod. In that case, though, I probably should walk you out of here. I quite understand where I live is not exactly the newest form of animation. And he kind of gives a laugh as he finishes tying things up and unlocks all of his deadbolts. Since you've been here, Azumi, another one has magically appeared.
Oh, for fuck's
There's a
sake!
soft sigh from Camille.
It just appeared. Now there's 4 deadbolts. He unlocks all the locks and then opens the door. I'll walk you to the station. Tome blinks. I wish to go check the place out. And though I may not speak to anyone, I do wish to at least not get lost if I ever do decide to talk. Tome voice, I am starting on this case right now. If you thought there'd be any hesitation, no, I'm hyper-focusing now.
Azumi kind of just... He pauses. And he just... kind of gives you a nod, and no insight needed. He's not really saying much because he doesn't know how to say what he is feeling. But Avi know exactly what he's feeling. He doesn't know how to take the fact that you are willing to help him so eagerly.
Tome, no, you're not saying that to Azumi. Actually, should I? Azumi's traumatized. I think this could go bad, but I'm gonna roll a D2. Yes or no?
Oh,
yes or no? That's a yes. It's called helping out a friend, Detective Azumi. Okay? I swear to gods above. This is Tome speaking as well. I swear to the gods above, that makes your trauma kick in.
You can't have trauma over something you don't have. Anyway.
Oh my god.
Throttles. Just chuck Quinn at you. Make you face your
I'm so glad this
Angry.
angry grumbling is on recording. I love you, Spec.
It is. I am. There's a.
Whoa! Why don't we leave there, huh?
Yeah. That.
They head out, and Tome walks them back to the station, and then Tome gives a nod and a farewell. Very obviously, there is a moment of offering a hug to Camille, but not making it too obvious because he's still not used to being able to ask that from the kid.
Yeah, Camille does take the hug.
There's very much a stay safe and tell Leo I hope he's doing well. I'll visit soon. Before he kind of ruffles the hat and lets you both go on your way as he kind of just stands there rocking on his heels. Oh. Sebby, I hope you're proud. And he is heading back to the he's gonna wander, and maybe the plot will take him where the plot wants him. But either way, he's gonna wander for a bit. It's been a night.
Yeah.
And
with that, we end.
Yes, we do. Thank you all for playing with me. Thank you for listening, both now and in the future. I hope that you all had fun. I sure did.
I had lots of fun.
I'm holding back Camille's oncoming mental breakdown, and the moment I hit stop recording, he's going to be unleashed. So,
oh boy.
Bye!
Bye!